Good evening, dear friend. I'm glad you've joined me tonight. Perhaps you've had a long day, filled with little errands and familiar voices, or perhaps the house has felt too quiet. Either way, you are welcome here, in this circle of warmth and story. Before we begin, I invite you to let the light soften. Dim the lamps if you can, or let the hush of a window open to the night air settle around you. Maybe there's the faint hum of a fan in the corner, or the whisper of a stove cooling in the kitchen. Let those sounds become part of our company, steady and reassuring. We're about to walk together into a story shaped from memory, history, and the quiet resilience of those who came before us. It is not a tale of shouting or thunder, but of endurance measured in heartbeats and small gestures. If you'd like, take a moment to gently press the like button or to subscribe so you'll find your way back to this fireside whenever you need rest. And I would love to know where you are listening from tonight, whether a quiet apartment in the city, a porch in the country, or somewhere in between. Now, let the day loosen its grip. We'll step softly into the first part of our journey, where a quiet yearning lingers at the edge of the night. A small wish lingers quietly in the room. The house is still. Outside, the air folds itself into silence, and the only motion is the slow sway of a curtain that never quite rests. In such a room, with shadows softened by the glow of a single lamp, a yearning can take shape without ever being spoken. You can almost see it, not as a bright flash, but as a hush that deepens the corners of the room. The wish is simple, though never said aloud. It lives in the pause between words, in the way someone runs a finger along the rim of a chair, or presses a palm flat on a folded quilt as if listening through fabric. It is not a demand, not even a prayer, just the quiet desire for steadiness, for warmth that lasts the night, for a tomorrow that doesn't press quite so hard. When you imagine the figure seated there, you see no grand gestures. A woman perhaps, or a man, it matters little. What you notice is the posture, shoulders drawn in slightly, gaze softened toward a window rimmed in frost. The world outside is cold, nearly unforgiving. But in this small room, the air carries something else. The memory of what could be, if only the night is survived with calm and care. The lamp hums faintly, the way old lamps do, and its glow makes the walls seem closer, almost protective. A clock ticks, steady and unhurried, reminding the listener that time still moves, even when hopes hesitate. Each tick sounds like a reassurance, another moment held, another chance carried forward. There is an object on the sill, perhaps a locket, perhaps a folded letter. Whatever it is, the hand resting nearby drifts toward it again and again, never quite touching, never quite leaving it behind. This is the keepsake of the yearning, the proof that someone long ago, or maybe just yesterday, understood the same quiet ache. And then comes the thought, small but startling in its honesty. What if this yearning is not mine alone? What if across the valley, or down the block, someone else looks toward their window, feeling the same tug in the chest, the same longing for safety in a season that presses harder than most? The realization settles like a soft shock, comforting, even a little astonishing. Loneliness feels less sharp when you sense its mirror in another home. The yearning doesn't vanish. It doesn't need to. Instead, it drapes itself like a shawl across the shoulders, heavy enough to notice, light enough to bear. And in that weight is a reminder. To endure the night is to honor every small hope that carried ancestors before us, through winters and storms and hours of silence so deep it rang louder than any bell. This is the secret power of a quiet wish. It isn't meant to be solved or even spoken. It is meant to be carried, patiently, gently, like an ember cupped against the cold. It waits for dawn, trusting that dawn will indeed come. And in that waiting, it teaches endurance without ever raising its voice. Keepsakes by the window whisper of hidden hopes. The night does not rush. It settles slowly, as though each hour folds itself into the next with care. Outside the window, frost feathers against the glass, spreading in delicate patterns that look like rivers and branches, frozen in place. They are beautiful, these patterns, but they remind the one sitting by the sill that beauty often comes with a chill. The air presses close against the panes, eager to enter, and the fire inside seems to breathe harder to keep its warmth. On the wooden sill rest the small things that keep memory alive. Not many, just a few tokens chosen by a quiet hand over years. A locket dulled by time, its clasp slightly bent from too many openings. A folded piece of paper, edges softened by being read and smoothed again. A shell from a far-off shore, brought home in a pocket long ago and never quite forgotten. None of them glitter. None would fetch much if traded. Yet each holds a weight no coin could match. The locket, when held, feels warmer than it should, as though it carries the heat of every palm that has pressed it before. Inside, the portrait is faded, almost lost to the years, but still enough remains. The curve of a jaw, the suggestion of eyes. Whoever it was, they mattered once, and perhaps still do, though the lines blur now between memory and imagination. The owner does not open it often, but tonight the clasp gives way, and the image shows itself, faint but insistent, like a candle guttering in a dark hallway. The letter beside it has been read so often the words no longer need to be traced. They live now in the quiet of the heart, each line a thread connecting present to past. The handwriting tilts slightly, hurried in some places, careful in others. Words about weather, about missing someone, about the wish for safe return. Nothing dramatic, nothing grand, but the power lies in their ordinariness. To write about rain falling on fields or about bread baking in the oven means life was steady enough to notice. And steadiness, in memory, is the sweetest gift of all. Then there is the shell, out of place among wood and frost. When lifted, it still carries the faint scent of salt, or perhaps that is only imagined. Its ridges catch the lamplight, pale ivory against the darker sill. Whoever first carried it here must have thought it odd to bring the sea into the mountains, or the plains, or wherever the cabin rests. But the oddness is what gives it meaning. It is proof that the world is larger than this one room, larger than this valley. To hold it is to remember that somewhere waves still rise and fall, no matter how still the snow may lie outside these walls. Each object waits without complaint. They do not call out. They do not demand. Yet when the eyes drift toward them, the yearning inside the chest sharpens. They are not treasures for their own sake. They are anchors. In a life where storms come, where winds strip roofs, where letters arrive too late, the keepsakes remind the soul that something lasts. They outlive the storm, outlast the silence. The window itself frames a different kind of keepsake, the night. Beyond the glass, the world is a canvas of shadows and pale glimmers. A tree stands with its branches burdened by snow, bending but not breaking. A path is nearly erased by drifts, but a faint line still suggests where footsteps once pressed. The moon rises slowly, diffused by thin cloud, so that its light is not harsh but softened, like the glow through old lace. Looking through the glass, One can almost imagine another household, distant but kindred, with their own window lit, their own tokens placed on a sill. And so the keepsakes whisper. They do not speak in words, but in presence. The locket whispers of love once held. The letter whispers of voices far away, reaching across distance. The shell whispers of places beyond, where horizons are wide and winds carry salt instead of snow. Together they form a chorus so soft it can be mistaken for silence. But listen closely, and the heart answers. Sometimes the yearning sharpens into a question. Why do we keep such things? Why do we let small objects carry so much weight? Perhaps because they are the proof of being known. The locket says, I was loved. The letter says, I was remembered. The shell says, I once touched something far beyond myself. Without them, the room might be only wood and stone. With them, it is a place where memory breathes. Yet, even in their comfort, there is a quiet sting. For each object carries absence as much as presence. The locket speaks of one who is no longer near. The letter carries the voice of someone far away, perhaps gone. The shell reminds that the sea is not here and may never be reached again. They console, and they wound in the same breath, like a song that is both lullaby and lament. This is the soft shock of memory, that joy and sorrow live in the same vessel. Outside, the frost spreads further, filling the glass with patterns so thick the keepsakes almost vanish in the shadow. But the hand reaches out again, brushing the locket, smoothing the paper, turning the shell in the lamplight. These small actions are rituals as real as prayer. They steady the heart, giving it something tangible to touch when the intangible, hope, longing, endurance, threatens to feel too thin. The room grows quieter. The fire shifts, coals settling with a sigh. In the hush, the keepsakes hold their place, watchful guardians of yearning. And though they are silent, they remind the listener that they are not alone in longing. Across time, across generations, countless others have held such objects, whispering into the same kind of night. To touch them is to join a lineage, not of kings or warriors, but of ordinary souls who carried small treasures through harsh seasons, who let simple tokens bear the weight of their deepest hopes. And that lineage, though unseen, stretches wide enough to embrace whoever sits here now. Evening rituals steady the heart against the dark. The evening does not arrive all at once. It comes in gradual steps, like a careful visitor removing a coat at the door, then a scarf, then the day's concerns slipped from the shoulders, one by one. In this house, night begins with small motions that have learned their timing from years of repetition. Nothing is rushed. The rhythm is older than any calendar on the wall. Supper has already cooled to memory. Plates have been rinsed and set to dry in a tidy slope that catches the lamplight on their rims. The last glass ring on the table is dabbed away with a cloth that has known 1,000 circles and never complains. Someone straightens a chair without thinking. Someone else folds a towel so it will open in the right direction next time. No one remarks on these habits, but they are the quiet ropes that hold the evening together. In the kitchen, a kettle is set with a soft click, the handle lowered as if tucking a child to sleep. The burner hums, not loud enough to disturb, just enough to promise. Steam will come when it is ready. There is no need to hover. Beside it, in a ceramic jar with a chipped blue rim, loose tea waits like a handful of dry leaves gathered at the edge of a path. Someone runs a fingertip along the jar's rim, feeling the nick in the glaze, the way sailors learn the reliable flaws in a familiar hull. The lamp in the front room is turned down half a turn. The wick adjusts its language from bright to low, and shadows soften into kind company. A clock on the shelf keeps time without bragging. The hand moves, the ear hears. Outside the window, the evening drafts its own letter, inked in frost, signed by the wind. While indoors, the pen is set back in its saucer, nib pointing toward the same corner as always. On a peg by the door hangs a scarf that still remembers today's cold. It will lose the memory overnight, then learn tomorrow's anew. Boots stand together like old friends who have finished speaking and are content to share silence. One has a scuff shaped like a crescent moon. The other carries a drizzle of dry mud that will brush away with morning kindness. Even these objects know the evening's rules. Quiet, order, readiness for rest. Someone adjusts the curtain by a finger's width. The window pane answers with a whisper and a ghost of breath that fogs and fades. Near the sill, the keepsakes from earlier, locket, letter, shell, watch from their patient posts. A hand lifts the letter but doesn't open it. There is no need. The words have already moved in. They share the rent with the air and the lamplight. In the corner, a basket holds mending set aside for tonight. Not much. Never much. Just a sleeve to stitch, a hem to encourage, a button to persuade back into duty. Thread passes through cloth as easily as a lullaby crosses a room. A thimble taps once against a needle, then rests. The sleeve will last another winter. No proclamation is needed. Quiet victory prefers to keep its hat on the rack. The kettle begins its gentle talk, not yet a simmer, just the early syllables that promise warmth. Across the room, the fire has already been coaxed into a sensible mood. Not boastful flames, but a steady glow with a few brave flickers that taste the grate and fall back laughing. A poker hangs where a hand can reach it without looking. The ash bucket stands nearby, clean enough to be dignified, worn enough to be trustworthy. Evening rituals ask little but return much. One of them is the inventory you never write down. Flour enough for a week. Soap down to a sliver and a half. Matches in their box, counted in a quick glance that the body understands better than the mind. The pocketbook is moved from coat to drawer. The drawer is closed with the soft assurance of a sentence that knows its period. Somewhere in the back of the mind, numbers line themselves into columns and nod. It will do. A lamp glass is lifted with a cloth, its surface wiped as tenderly as a cheek. What little soot it held is gone now, and the room brightens by a shade you can feel rather than see. Through the doorway, the hallway accepts the change in light and leans into it. Doors stand ajar like calm pages waiting for tomorrow's notes. The evening also has a theology, though no sermons are preached. It believes in small things done at the right time. Towels folded before sleep. A chair pushed in. The book placed face down with a finger to keep the place. Then reconsidered and closed properly because books are friends, and friends deserve better. It believes in water left by the sink, in case of thirsty lips at midnight. It believes in the extra quilt laid at the foot of the bed, just in case, a phrase that carries more mercy than worry. Sometimes an interruption comes, but even interruptions know to lower their voices after dusk. A draft slides under the door with the slyness of a cat. Someone kneels without fuss, smooths a wedge of felt along the threshold, and tests with the back of a hand. The draft shrugs and retreats. Another small kindness done, the sort that rarely makes a list yet empties a burden. The tea is ready now, steam lifting like a thin veil before a face. Cups are warmed with a swirl of hot water then emptied, ready to be useful. A spoon rests on a saucer with a single bright dot of light in its curve. Sugar is not necessary. but a pinch finds its way into one cup anyway, a modest sweetness that knows not to linger too long on the tongue. The first sip is careful, then grateful. Warmth meets the throat and keeps walking down, as if it has miles to travel and is delighted by every step. Voices, if there are any, move in the low range of the human instrument. A question is answered with more air than syllables. A story from decades back makes a brief appearance, wearing the coat of the year it came from. Laughter, when it arrives, is the chuckle of someone remembering rather than reacting. It flares and fades like a friendly match, leaving a small glow behind. No one reaches for the grand emotions. They are too heavy this time of night. There is enough beauty in the quiet ones. Contentment, relief, a soft amazement that the day has finished and the house is whole. At the table, a list for tomorrow begins to shape itself. Not all at once. A pencil rolls to the edge and is caught. Bread to bake. Letter to answer. Hinge to oil on the porch door. The lead writes mildly on the paper, a sound like soft shoes on old boards. The list does not scold. It simply stands beside you with its hat in its hand, agreeable to whatever order you choose. Now the house speaks more distinctly. Beams settle with their old, friendly sigh. A ribbon of wind touches the eaves and lets go. Somewhere a neighboring yard remembers to ring a small metal chime, then stops as if embarrassed. The floor knows where each foot will fall and offers its creak preemptively so that no one is startled. Even the clock seems to grow considerate, rounding its ticks at the edges so time feels less like a rule and more like a companion. There is a ritual in looking out the window just once more. The path that led home tonight is a pale stripe through the yard. A gate is latched, not tightly, but with the courtesy of a handshake. The sky holds a thin scarf of cloud, the moon hiding and then showing its face the way Shire friends do. Somewhere beyond, a distant porch light flickers and steadies. Someone else has their evening rituals too. It makes the heart larger to know this. Back inside, a drawer opens and produces a small tin of balm for dry hands. Palms and knuckles receive it like travelers welcomed to a gleaming parlor. The scent is soft, a blend of beeswax and something green that refuses to give its name. Fingers flex. Skin forgets its complaints. A thread is clipped from a sleeve with a polite snip. The scissors return to their place, grateful to be remembered. The evening asks a final round of gentle attention. Plants given a sip of water so they do not dream of drought. The canary's cloth lowered. The porch broom leaned upright. The unread magazine turned so its date does not look like a demand. Someone lifts the latch of a window a finger's width to invite a sliver of night air, then reconsiders and lowers it again. The house knows best how tight to hold the dark. The fire is tended one last time before bed thinking begins, which is not yet bed, but the prelude to it. A log is encouraged closer to the coals. The damper is tilted toward agreement. Ash is smoothed into a patient blanket. This is not about heat alone. It is about trust. Trust that flame will remember its promises, that warmth will keep its word till morning, that the old companionship between humans and fire will be honored once more. There is a soft shock tucked in these rituals, though it only reveals itself if you look sideways. So much of safety depends on small things done without fuss. A turned down wick, a cup placed within reach, a latch pressed with the heel of a hand. No trumpet announces the moment when trouble is quietly prevented. The evening just continues, unbroken, thanks to a dozen actions that never asked to be praised. In the bedroom doorway, the quilts wait like folded weather. One is a map of small skies stitched together. Another carries the calm of a riverbank in its blues and greens. A third is heavy with its own history, pieced from dresses and shirts that once walked through summer kitchens and winter streets. Hands lift a quilt and pause. The weight is familiar. It makes a friendly case for sleep. Before the light is lowered, a last sweep of the room, the book set where morning will remember it, the spectacles resting inside their case rather than on a page, the small dish by the bed holding a ring, and the square coin someone still keeps as if it were a promise. The curtain is drawn to the place where it best keeps the moon's brightness from the eyes, yet lets it sparkle faintly on the floor, a quiet blessing in pale silver. From the kitchen, the cooling kettle gives one final click, a pleased note at having served. The clock clears its throat and decides it will not strike the hour loudly. The house, tuned by the rituals, enters its own kind of prayer. Not words, not ceremony, just the shared willingness of every object to rest in its place so that the people who live here may rest in theirs. If the mind returns to worry, as minds often do when pillows first receive them, the evening rituals are there as a counterweight. You can list them to yourself like beads. Lamp lowered, cups rinsed, latch set, fire banked, scarf hung, book closed. Each bead is a reason to let go. Each bead says quietly, "You have done what was needed. The night can manage the rest." The window claims a final glance. Frost has thickened into a lace that even the moon respects. The path is faint now, but the gate still knows its purpose. Somewhere out there, a fox has placed its neat arithmetic in the snow and gone on. In here, breath spreads warmth into the quilt, and the mattress takes your impression gladly, the way water remembers the shape of a hand. Evening rituals are not small after all. They are the runway lights that guide you to the soft ground of sleep. They are proof that gentleness can be thorough, that care can wear a humble face and still be mighty. Night approves and moves one step closer. Folding time makes chores into gentle markers. Time, when the lamps are low, has a different texture. It no longer rushes like daylight hours, crowded with errands and voices. At night it folds, neat as a sheet lifted and set into square corners. The act of folding becomes its own measure of passing. Each crease a pause, each tuck a small agreement between the hands and the quiet. In this house, folding is not only about fabric. It is about shaping the day into pieces that can be carried, smoothing rough edges so sleep may take them without trouble. Still, fabric is where the ritual begins. On the chair by the fire sits a small pile of linens, warmed through by the glow. They smell faintly of soap and wood smoke, a scent that says the cycle of work and rest has held steady yet again. Fingers take the first piece, a towel still holding a trace of dampness, and pull it taut. The fabric sighs as it is smoothed, then bends obediently into halves, then quarters. Stacked with its kin, it becomes less an object and more a signal. Another day has been tended. The quilt waits next. This one carries stories in its squares, faded reds from an apron once tied at the waist of a grandmother, sturdy blues from work shirts, softer pastels from Sunday dresses. Each square folded upon another is like turning a page in a book without words. The quilt grows heavier in the hands, its weight reminding the body of shoulders it has rested upon. Children it has warmed, winter nights it has defended against. Laid across the arm of the chair, it becomes both memory and promise. Nearby, shirts hang on a line stretched by the stove. Their sleeves droop like tired arms. One by one, they are lifted, folded, and set aside. A collar is pressed flat by a palm, buttons aligned like soldiers at rest. Each shirt, once draped on a back, now becomes a square of waiting for the next dawn. The folding transforms them from garments into readiness itself. But folding time means more than laundry. It is also the act of putting the day's noise into drawers where it cannot rattle through the night. The list of tasks, the small irritations, the words left unsaid, all of these are laid down, creased gently, and set aside. The mind, like the cloth, grows smoother in the handling. In the quiet of folding, thoughts stop tangling. The room supports the ritual with its own small gestures. The fire shifts, sparks sighing into ash. The clock ticks as though agreeing with each crease made. Shadows bend over the furniture, softening the sharp corners until the room itself seems folded into safety. Even the wind at the windows lessens its knock, satisfied that the house has chosen calm. On the table, papers are stacked, receipts, notes, half-finished letters. Each is aligned into a tidy pile, bound with a bit of ribbon saved from some parcel. The ribbon is worn, fraying at the edges, but still serviceable. To gather paper in this way is another form of folding time, ensuring that words and numbers do not scatter into the night. They will be there in the morning, but for now they are bound and quiet. Children's toys, too, find their way into order. A carved horse is laid on its side, wheels pressed gently against the grain of the floor. Wooden blocks are stacked in a tower, not for play, but to remind small hands that morning will come with new building. Even the smallest objects are asked to fold themselves into stillness, so the house may keep its rhythm unbroken. There is a soft shock in realizing how much of peace depends on these motions. Folding a shirt does not alter the course of history, yet repeated across years, it anchors the soul. It reminds the heart that order is possible, that small acts done with care make a fortress against the storm. When tempests rage outside, whether snow or sorrow, the folded towel, the smoothed quilt, the stacked paper become proofs that life can be managed, even cherished, by the inch. Sometimes, in the act of folding, memory stirs. A sleeve brushed against the cheek carries the scent of someone no longer here. A blanket recalls a sick child once watched through a fevered night. A handkerchief, folded into a triangle, recalls a pocket and a goodbye waved at a station. These recollections arrive without announcement. They press against the heart as the fabric presses beneath the palm. Folding becomes a dialogue with the past, as much as with the present. Yet memory is not cruel tonight. It does not sharpen into grief, only into presence. Folding allows memory to take its place, creased, set, honored, and then set aside until morning. Nothing is erased, but nothing is left in chaos either. This, too, is a mercy of the ritual. The body knows when the folding is complete. The pile on the chair grows even, edges lined, color stacked into quiet harmony. The air feels lighter, as though the house itself has exhaled. Hands pause, resting upon the final stack as if to seal the calm into place. The eyes wander to the window, where frost has drawn its lace across the glass. The world outside may be wild and unruled, but here, within these walls, order has been coaxed from the day's unruliness. To fold time is also to honor it. Each crease is an acknowledgement that hours have passed, that life has been lived in them, and that they deserve respect. When fabric is stacked, when papers are bound, when toys are aligned, time itself feels less jagged. It lies down obediently, letting sleep approach without resistance. The ritual may seem small, but to the heart, it is vast. It is how one prepares not only a room, but a spirit for the long hours ahead. In the folding, there is gratitude. Gratitude that the day has ended, that warmth holds in the house, that there was cloth to wash and fold at all. Gratitude that even in quiet longing, the world has offered enough to tend. The hands linger on the last quilt, smoothing it once more, as if to assure the future. Then the lamp is lowered, and the folds vanish into shadow, waiting to reveal their calm lines again with dawn's first light. Silent troubles drift in drafts and shadows. The quiet of the evening is never absolute. Beneath the hush, there are always murmurs, slight, invisible, unvoiced. They gather in corners and along window frames, in the hollows where the light does not quite reach. Troubles of the day, troubles of the heart, all settle there, moving softly as drafts do, felt more than seen. At first glance, the house seems in perfect order. The linens folded, the lamps lowered, the fire banked with care. Yet even in a well-kept room, there is an undertone, a presence that makes itself known by absence. A sigh from the rafters, a shift in the chimney, the faintest quiver of cold air sneaking past the door frame. These are the voices of what remains unfinished, unspoken. The draft carries more than chill. It carries reminder. The flour barrel is lower than it should be. The jar of honey shows more glass than gold. A pair of boots by the door wears a crack across one sole, and winter has many weeks yet to claim. These troubles are not disasters. They do not storm the door. They drift in, silent as smoke, and settle where the mind will find them at night. No one speaks of them directly. It is not the way of the household to list worries aloud when evening seeks its rest. But they are present, perched like small birds on the beam overhead, watching, waiting. Each one whispers a thought. Will the woodpile last? Will the children outgrow their coats before spring? Will the letter from town bring news we do not want to read? Questions without answers are the most patient of companions. They wait until the room is quiet enough to be heard. The fire, though steady, cannot silence them. Its glow makes shadows taller, and the taller the shadows, the more room for worry to hide. The kettle hums, but between the notes there is space where the mind slips in, remembering what was left undone, an account unsettled, a message unsent, a word spoken too sharply in the morning rush. These are the silent troubles, not loud enough to demand action, but persistent enough to shape the air. Look to the windows, and you can see them trace their lines in the frost. Cracks where the cold has etched itself resemble the thin veins of old leaves. Through them, the dark world presses closer. Beyond the glass, the night itself seems heavy with uncertainty. The wind carries no answers, only questions in its low moan. Sometimes troubles make themselves known in objects. A hinge squeaks louder tonight than it did yesterday. A patch on the quilt frays where the stitch has loosened. The table leg shifts ever so slightly when weight leans against it. These are small signals, but they prick at the mind. Reminders that no structure, house, family, body, stays whole without constant tending. The recognition of fragility is its own kind of silent alarm. And yet, the remarkable thing about these troubles is not their weight, but their restraint. They arrive in whispers, not shouts. They circle like quiet moths around the lamp, not like crows clamoring at the roof. They remind, but do not crush. It is the nature of evening to hold both the gentleness of folded quilts and the persistence of these drafts. Without the contrast, the warmth would mean less. Sometimes the troubles appear in memory. The mind wanders back to a market day when fewer coins were in the purse than needed, or to a neighbor's face, pinched with the same concerns. Or further still, to childhood nights when a parent counted the pantry jars in silence. These memories echo forward, carried in the body as much as the mind. Trouble is generational. It does not vanish. It transforms. But the body, too, remembers endurance. Just as drafts have always slipped under doors, hands have always found ways to seal them. Cloth rolled and pressed along the gap. A pan of embers kept near to spread warmth longer. Neighbors sharing a loaf across fences when their own shelves were thin. Silent troubles are old companions, and though they arrive faithfully, so too do the responses that meet them. The shock, soft though it is, lies in realizing how often troubles remain invisible to outsiders. A passerby might see only the lamplight, the steady smoke rising from the chimney, the laughter of a child muffled by quilts. They do not hear the quiet calculations behind the smile, the arithmetic of scarcity, the inventory kept in the mind's ledger. Silent troubles are often hidden behind polite nods and tidy rooms, yet their presence is universal. Listen closely, and you will hear the ritual defenses rising even now. A mother, smoothing the hair of a child, presses away not only tangles, but worries. A father adjusts the latch on the woodbox, muttering, not to the hinge, but to his own unease. A daughter lays out her schoolbook for the morning, its cover worn, its pages patched, but ready to prove that knowledge itself is a shield against the cold arithmetic of want. Each gesture is both ordinary and profound. The clock marks the passing of these thoughts. Each tick seems longer than the last, as though time itself feels the weight of worries it cannot mend. The fire answers with a crackle, reminding the room that warmth is present, here and now. Troubles may stretch their shadows, but the flame insists upon its glow, and so the household accepts them. Silent troubles do not vanish by denial. They are acknowledged in these small, careful motions. A shawl laid thicker, a door checked twice, a list tucked under a book for the morning. These are not solutions, but assurances. The troubles remain, but so does the care that meets them. By the window, the frost thickens. Shapes appear, branches, rivers, stars, etched in ice. The eyes linger there, knowing that outside the night is sharper, less forgiving. But inside, among folded cloth and steady flame, the troubles are softened. They are still present, but they cannot rule the room. This balance is the quiet genius of evening. It does not erase the shadows. It folds them into the fabric of rest. It teaches the heart that safety is not the absence of worry, but the presence of calm alongside it. Silent troubles will always drift, but so too will the quiet hands that press them into corners where they cannot reach the bed, cannot disturb the sleep waiting to arrive. Delayed news weighs heavier than spoken words. The silence of night is not empty. It is filled with waiting, the kind of waiting that comes when news is slow to travel, when words meant for one heart drift across miles of snow or mud or distance and do not arrive on time. A letter, a messenger, a voice. None appear, and so the household learns to live with the space between expectation and arrival. In the days before telephones, before wires carried voices across continents, messages were embodied things. Paper folded, ink dried, footsteps walked, hands carried. A letter was as fragile as the path it traveled. Storms delayed it, rivers swallowed it, riders grew weary, postmasters careless, ink blurred by rain. And so the ones who waited by windows learned to read not only words, but absences. The lack of a letter became its own kind of message. The family in the lamplight knows this truth well. On the table lies a small pile of correspondence, tied with string. each envelope creased from folding and unfolding. Their corners are smoothed by fingers that hoped for more. Tonight, the pile remains unchanged. No new letter rests atop it. The post-rider passed down the road without stopping, or perhaps the weather held him back. Whatever the reason, the silence is louder than any knock at the door could be. The room feels it. The fire burns steadily, yet it does not chase away the thought of words unspoken. The kettle sings, but its note rings hollow when ears strain for something else. Even the clock's tick seems impatient, as though it, too, waits for the scratch of pen across paper. A child asks softly if any news came today. The mother shakes her head, lips pressed in a line meant to look calm. She smooths the child's hair, tucking the question away as she would a stray strand. The child does not press further. Children know more about absence than adults sometimes guess. They sense when words are being carried carefully, when silence itself has weight. The father, by the hearth, holds a paper already read a dozen times. Its date is weeks old. Still, he opens it, as though one more reading might coax new sentences into the margins. It speaks of harvests, of neighbors, of a cousin's child recovering from illness. All good, all steady. But it is not the letter he waits for, the one with the name he longs to see written in the curl of ink, the one that will answer whether a loved one is safe, whether a promise holds, whether a voice still calls across the distance. The shock is in the delay, not in bad news, but in no news at all. Bad news at least has an ending, a sentence that closes. Delay stretches infinitely. It keeps the mind circling, asking the same questions in softer tones until they echo like lullabies gone sour. What if the letter was lost? What if it was written and never sent? What if silence itself is the only answer to expect? Yet even in this, life goes on. The bread must be set for rising. The wood must be stacked. A pot is stirred. A child's book is closed. The table cleared. These motions are the defense against the ache of waiting. The body folds shirts, tends fires, seals drafts, not only to care for the house, but to keep the mind from unraveling in the gaps between letters. The lamp by the window becomes a symbol. Its glow is not only for those inside. It is also a beacon, a message of its own. We are here. We are waiting. We are holding on until you arrive. In many valleys, such lights were signals. If lit, all is well. If dark, trouble may have come. A flicker in the glass could send reassurance across fields and snow. Tonight, the lamp is trimmed and steady. Whoever waits beyond may not see it. But its message is true. Sometimes the absence of news brings neighbors together. One will stop by another's house, not with fresh words, but with the comfort of mutual silence. No word yet? No, not yet. And in that brief exchange lies the recognition that all wait together. Delay is not an individual burden. It is a communal rhythm, one learned by those who live in scattered cabins or distant farms, tethered to one another by fragile threads of paper and promise. The child asks again, this time not for news, but for a story. The mother obliges, drawing from memory rather than letters. She tells of a summer long past, of fields golden and buzzing with bees, of laughter carried through tall grass. The child smiles, warmed not by news from afar, but by stories close at hand. In that moment, the gap is bridged, not by arrival, but by imagination. The father, folding the old letter once more, sets it aside and tends the fire. He adds a log carefully, adjusts the damper, and sits back. His eyes linger on the door, as though expecting a knock even now. None comes. Still, he waits. Waiting itself becomes an act of faith. What do delayed letters teach? That patience is not weakness, that hope can be practiced like a skill, that silence, though heavy, is survivable, and that when the letter finally does arrive, creased, smudged, perhaps even late by months, it will be read with a gratitude sharper than any ink. The night lengthens, the frost deepens on the glass. Still, the lamp holds, the fire burns, the family waits. Tomorrow may bring words, or it may not. But tonight, the rituals of patience weave themselves into the fabric of the house. Quiet gestures, steady warmth, silence shared. These are their own messages, written not in ink, but in endurance. A neighbor's gesture mirrors quiet strength. The night deepens, but not all doors close. In the stillness, the sound of boots crunching snow outside carries its own message, soft, deliberate, familiar. The house, lulled into its own rhythm of folded linens and lowered lamps, stirs when that sound nears the threshold. A knock does not follow immediately. There is a pause, as if the visitor respects the silence first. Then, 3 gentle raps, firm but not urgent, echo through the wood. The door opens a crack, letting in a sharp blade of cold air and the outline of a figure carrying both the night and something more. A neighbor stands there, shoulders dusted with snow, breath clouding like pale smoke. His hat is in hand before he even steps inside. This is not a man seeking shelter, but one offering presence. The gesture is simple. I came to see how you fare. Inside, the family welcomes him with nods rather than noise. A chair is drawn closer to the fire without ceremony, boots left neatly by the door. Snow melts into small puddles that glisten in the lamplight, a reminder of the outside world he has crossed. He sits, not sprawling, but settling carefully, as if the room itself deserves respect. On the table, he places something wrapped in cloth. When unwrapped, it reveals a small loaf of bread, crust browned, still faintly warm. Had a bit extra, he says, voice low, almost embarrassed by the offering. Bread is never extra in winter, but generosity frames scarcity differently. In this gesture lies quiet strength, the strength not to hoard, but to share. The family receives it without fuss. No exclamations, no protests of, "You shouldn't have." Just a nod, a quiet, "Thank you," and the bread set beside the lamp. In this exchange, dignity is preserved on both sides. The giver is not made grand, the receiver not made small. Instead, the act becomes part of the room's fabric, as natural as the fire's glow or the ticking of the clock. The visitor does not launch into long talk. He asks a few questions. Wood holding up? Children keeping well? Each is answered simply. He listens more than he speaks. This, too, is part of the gesture, presence without intrusion. In a world where silence often carries worries, sometimes the greatest kindness is to sit and let the silence remain, now shared instead of solitary. The fire throws shadows across his face, and in the glow his features look older, more weathered than they did by daylight. You realize this too is strength, not in hiding the marks of time, but in carrying them openly. The lines around his eyes speak of storms endured, crops lost and sown again, nights kept watchful over sick children. These experiences are unspoken gifts he brings with him. His survival is its own reassurance. He gestures toward the window, where frost patterns thicken. Cold's got its teeth in deep this week, he murmurs. There is no drama in his tone, only fact. He has named the enemy without fear, acknowledging the harshness without letting it rule the room. The family feels steadier, simply hearing it spoken aloud. Sometimes to name trouble plainly is to lessen its shadow. From his coat pocket, He produces a small bundle of twine. For mending, he explains, strong enough for boots or fences. It is no more than a handful of string, but in winter such things matter. A break in a strap, a sag in a hinge, and suddenly a household falters. The twine, offered casually, carries with it the knowledge that someone thought of you when they prepared their own supplies. That thought, more than the string itself, strengthens the heart. The children edge nearer, curious. He greets them by name, ruffling a head gently, careful not to overstep. From his pocket, he draws a small carved bird, whittled from scrap wood, its wings spread as though ready to take flight. He hands it to the youngest, who cradles it with delight. The gift is small enough to fit in a palm, but it carries wonder as wide as the sky. Again, the gesture holds power not because of size, but because it transforms absence into presence. The conversation drifts like embers. A story is shared of a cow gone astray in the last snow, found near the creek, stubborn but alive. A laugh stirs, not loud, but genuine. Another story follows, of a tool that broke at the worst moment, and how it was mended with ingenuity and a little luck. These stories are not grand tales, they are survival turned anecdote. Each one says, we endure, and in enduring, we learn to smile. As the minutes stretch, the warmth of his presence grows heavier than the cold pressing at the walls. The house feels sturdier with another heartbeat inside it. The troubles of the day, the delayed letters, the drafts creeping under doors, all seem lighter when shared across 3 voices instead of 2. Even silence feels transformed, less like absence, more like pause. When at last he rises to leave, the family does not urge him to stay longer. Part of the strength of such visits is their brevity. He gathers his hat, pulls on his boots, wraps the scarf tight. At the threshold, he says only, "Call if you need." No promises he cannot keep, no exaggerated farewell. Just words plain enough to trust. The door closes softly behind him. The air rushes back to fill the space, but the room has changed. The bread rests on the table, the twine coiled neatly beside it, the carved bird clutched in a child's hand. These objects are more than gifts. They are proof that someone thought beyond their own walls, carried strength across the snow, and offered it without demand. In the stillness after, the family breathes easier. The neighbor's gesture lingers like an ember, small, steady, glowing long after the figure has vanished into the frost. The room feels less alone, less burdened. It is not the bread or the twine or the carving alone that matters. It is the reminder that community survives in acts too simple to be written down, yet too profound to be forgotten. Patient hands teach lessons without hurry. The lamplight is steady now, the wick trimmed to a low golden glow. Around its circle of warmth, the house breathes quietly. In that circle, hands move, slow, sure, deliberate. They are not hurried, not restless. These are hands that have learned the worth of patience, the kind that can mend, guide, or simply rest without apology. Every household has such hands. Some are rough with callus, proof of wood split and soil turned. Some are fine-boned, skin traced with faint lines where needles have passed 1,000 times. Some tremble with age, yet retain a memory of strength, moving as though the past still lingers in the joints. Whatever their form, they speak a language older than words, the steady grammar of doing. Tonight, the work is small, mending by the fire, a shirt that has lost its button, a tear in a child's sleeve where play proved stronger than cloth. The thread is drawn, white against the darker fabric, needle glinting briefly in the lamp's glow. Each stitch is an act of care, a quiet insistence that nothing will be wasted, that even worn things deserve renewal. The shirt, once thought near its end, is given another season by these hands. The child watches, eyes wide, chin resting on arms folded atop the table. To a child, such motions seem like magic. The fabric gathers, closes, heals under the touch. The lesson is not spoken, but it is absorbed. Patience can repair what haste would discard. Years from now, that same child will fold cloth across their own lap and remember the way the needle dipped and rose, how calm filled the room like water rising in a basin. The father, too, has his tasks. Hands darkened by ash and sap, steady even when lifting weight, now turn to quieter work, shaping a strip of wood into a smoother handle for a worn tool. With a knife honed sharp, he pares thin curls that fall to the floor in pale ribbons. Each stroke whispers against the grain. The wood yields slowly, not resisting, but reminding the carver that haste splinters. The handle will not be finished tonight, but that is no matter. It is enough that progress has been made, that the shape leans closer to what it should become. Across the room, an older pair of hands rests on a lap, folded, not in work, but in memory. They twitch slightly, as if still sewing, still chopping, still guiding. Age has slowed them, yet they remain teachers. When a younger one asks a question about a recipe, a remedy, a way to keep frost from creeping under the sill, the older hands lift, trembling but certain to demonstrate. The gestures may falter, but the knowledge carried in them remains whole. There is power in these lessons. They remind the family that survival is not made of grand gestures, but of motions repeated until they become instinct. How to wrap bread so it keeps longer. How to bank the fire so coals remain till dawn. How to bind a sprained ankle with cloth torn from a sheet. How to stir sugar into tea until it disappears. All of these live not in books, but in the fingers and palms that have repeated them for years. The soft shock, if one notices it, lies in how easily such lessons could vanish. If not passed hand to hand, they dissolve into silence. A shirt is thrown away instead of mended, a tool left to rust instead of reshaped, a recipe guessed at, then lost altogether. The family knows this, though perhaps not consciously, and so they pay attention, honoring each movement as if it were scripture. Sometimes the lessons carry more than skill. They carry gentleness itself. Watch how the mother smooths the child's sleeve before beginning to stitch, palm pressing lightly as though to reassure the cloth. Or how the father, before carving, sets the wood against his cheek to feel its coolness, acknowledging its nature before shaping it. Or how the elder's hands, though frail, still manage to squeeze another's fingers when telling a story of long ago. These are gestures of patience and kindness, folded into every action. The children mimic what they see. One gathers scraps of thread, tying them into clumsy knots, declaring them useful strings. Another shapes curls of wood into a pretend crown, placing it proudly upon a sibling's head. Laughter drifts up, not loud, but soft, carried like smoke toward the rafters. Even in play, the lesson travels forward, to make something from little, to find worth in scraps, to honor the work of hands. Beyond the windows, the night presses heavy, wind shifting snow against the walls. Inside, the patience of these tasks pushes back against the cold. Every stitch, every carved curl of wood, every remembered gesture becomes another log on the fire, another defense against the season. The family is not merely passing time. They are folding it into usefulness, binding it with skill, making it yield warmth. The clock ticks, marking the length of the lesson. Hours pass without being noticed, because hands engaged in steady work make time itself gentler. Fatigue comes eventually, but it is the clean fatigue of purpose, not the ragged exhaustion of worry. When at last the shirt is folded, the handle smoothed, the story finished, the hands rest. Not empty, but fulfilled. Objects now bear the mark of those lessons. The shirt will outlast another winter. The tool will cut true once more. The memory of a remedy will heal an ache tomorrow. These are quiet victories, invisible to the world but essential within these walls. And they are victories born not of rush, but of patience that refuses to yield. The lamp guttering slightly reminds them to pause. The wick is trimmed again, flame restored. Hands return to laps, clasped in quiet reflection. The child yawns, bird carving still clutched in small fingers, lessons absorbed without the need for words. In the hush, the family understands what their ancestors knew well. Survival is written not in bold strokes, but in careful hands, guiding, shaping, repairing. And so long as those hands move, patiently, steadily, the night cannot claim them. A basket shared carries kindness across thresholds. The evening has grown still again. Outside, the wind has quieted, as though pausing to listen. Within the walls, warmth hums from the fire, and lamplight spills gently across the table. And then, softly, almost shyly, comes a sound at the door. Not a knock this time, but the muted scrape of something set upon the step. When the door is opened, a basket waits in the hush, its handle looped with cloth to shield it from the frost. The basket is not grand. Wicker, slightly frayed along the rim, woven years ago by hands now long gone. Its weave sags faintly at the base, patched with twine where the weight of potatoes once pressed too heavy. Yet tonight it holds treasures. A loaf of bread, its crust browned and warm even in the chill. A small jar of honey sealed with wax. 2 apples shined as though they had been polished on a sleeve, and, tucked at the bottom, a square of cloth embroidered with care. The gesture is unmistakable. Somewhere nearby, another household has given from its own store. Perhaps they had more flour this week. Perhaps the bees gave an extra jar of sweetness. Perhaps the apples were saved for this very sharing. Whatever the reason, the basket is proof that scarcity does not always harden hearts. Sometimes it opens them. The family lifts it inside with reverence. The bread's scent fills the room, mingling with wood smoke, rich and grounding. The honey gleams amber in the lamplight, thick and golden as captured sun. The apples glow faintly red, sharp against the pale wicker, and the embroidered cloth, stitched in simple flowers, thread pulled taut in steady hands, seems to carry not only beauty, but blessing. No note is attached, no name. The giver does not seek credit. The basket itself is the message. We thought of you, and we acted. It is a language spoken across thresholds, across fences, across fields. A language older than writing, older even than speech. The language of provision. Children gather near, eyes wide. To them, the basket is a marvel. They whisper guesses. It must have been the Hendersons, or perhaps old Patterson down the valley. But their voices drop soon, for part of the magic lies in the mystery. Whoever it was, they knew enough to give quietly, to let the gift be its own explanation. The mother sets the bread on a wooden board and slices it carefully, as though handling treasure. Steam rises in pale ribbons. She spreads a bit of honey on one piece and places it in a child's hand, watching eyes widen as sweetness melts into warmth. Another slice follows, offered to her husband, who accepts it silently but with gratitude that shines in the set of his shoulders. The family eats sparingly, leaving more than half untouched. They know the gift is not only for tonight, but for days ahead. Even in receiving, there is restraint, for kindness deserves longevity. The apples are set aside, destined perhaps for a pie on Sunday, or to be shared at the next gathering. The embroidered cloth is folded, smoothed by palm, and placed on the table as a covering, so that its flowers bloom beneath the lamplight. The father leans back, bread in hand, and lets out a breath that seems lighter than before. "Stronger together," he murmurs, not as a sermon, but as a truth too evident to ignore. His words fall into the air like another gift, received quietly by those who hear. There is a soft shock in this simplicity, for in a season when hunger crouches near, when woodpiles shrink and nights stretch long, to give is to risk. The giver may feel the absence of that loaf tomorrow, the missing apples, the jar now gone. Yet they give anyway. In that act lies strength greater than any fortress. The gesture says, "I trust there will be enough. Enough for me, enough for you." Such trust is both fragile and unbreakable. Later, when the children have gone to bed, the parents linger at the table. They touch the basket's weave, tracing the roughness of its rim, imagining the hands that filled it. They remember their own times of giving, a jar of beans left for a neighbor, a piece of mended clothing passed to another family. And in that remembering, they feel the circle complete itself. To receive is to be reminded of one's own power to give. The fire burns low, coals steady. The basket rests by the hearth now, empty of its weight, but full of meaning. It seems to glow faintly, as though absorbing the warmth of the room. Tomorrow it will be returned, perhaps filled again. Eggs if the hens lay, kindling if the woodpile allows, or simply washed and placed back on the step, ready to serve again in its silent role as messenger of care. The children, not yet asleep, whisper upstairs. One wonders aloud if the basket might travel by itself, wandering from door to door in the night, finding where it is most needed. Another insists it must be guided by unseen hands, wise enough to know where hunger hides. Their imaginations weave myth from kindness, and perhaps they are not far wrong. In many ways, generosity does travel of its own accord, carried by unseen bonds that link one family to another. Beyond the windows, the night thickens, cold pressing hard. Yet inside, the air is sweet with honey, rich with bread, brightened by the thought of apples waiting. More than food, the family has been fed by connection. The basket, humble and frayed, has reminded them that they are part of something larger, a community woven tight as wicker. Before sleep, the mother takes the embroidered cloth once more. She smooths it carefully, folds it into a neat square, and places it at the center of the table. "We'll keep this one," she whispers, "to remember." The flowers stitched there seem to nod in the lamplight, petals bending toward gratitude. The clock ticks on, but the waiting that haunted earlier nights feels lighter. With the basket's arrival, silence has been answered not with words, but with care made tangible. The family lies down to rest, knowing that unseen hands move for them, and that they too will move for others when the time comes. Simple words open doors locked by worry. Words have weight in a house like this, but not the heavy kind. They drift and settle like feathers, each chosen with care, each meant not to stir up the air, but to calm it. After long days, when the wind claws at the shutters and the frost stiffens every seam of the cabin, what families need most is not speech filled with thunder. They need words that soothe. It begins with tone. A father's voice, low and steady, carries the same comfort as a hand pressed to a child's shoulder. Even when he speaks of simple things, the state of the woodpile, tomorrow's chores, his cadence assures that there is order, that life continues on in familiar patterns. No grand declarations, no sharp commands, just the murmur of continuity, of promises kept. At the table, the mother folds her words into gentleness. She does not lecture nor scold. Instead, she phrases things as invitations. Shall we finish the mending before bed? Would you like a sip of tea while it's warm? Her sentences are not demands but pathways, leading each listener toward ease. The children respond not because they must, but because the tone itself makes them want to. The elder of the house, sitting near the fire, speaks less often. Age has thinned the voice, softened its edges. But when words come, they carry the weight of time, a memory shared perhaps of winters long past. I recall the storm of '78, snow piled taller than a horse. We stayed 3 days without firewood, but we managed. The words are not just recollection, they are evidence that survival has precedent. Worry cannot hold as tightly when reminded that generations before endured worse. Words that soothe are often small. They avoid drama, resist exaggeration. It will be enough. We'll manage. We're together. Phrases so brief they might be overlooked, yet spoken in the right moment, they build walls stronger than stone. They assure the heart that the night may be long, but it is not endless. The children, too, try on these kinds of words. One whispers to a younger sibling frightened by the howl of wind, "It's only the night singing." Another says, "Tomorrow, we'll see the tracks in the snow." Their voices echo what they have heard, reshaping fear into gentleness. Even their play adopts this language. When wooden dolls topple in a game, the children comfort them with phrases borrowed from parents. "It's all right. You'll stand again." The remarkable thing is how such words transform the air. Worries that once sat in corners, whispering louder than the fire, begin to shrink. The frost outside still thickens, but inside, sentences knit a fabric as real as any quilt. The mind rests easier when speech around it is calm, patient, unhurried. There is a soft shock hidden here, realizing how fragile calm can be, and how easily words can either mend or shatter it. A single sharp sentence, spoken without thought, could undo hours of careful quiet. Families know this instinctively, and so they guard their speech, trimming it like a wick so that it burns steadily instead of flaring. The evening deepens. Teacups are lifted, set down, lifted again. The father speaks of a neighbor's kindness. The mother recalls a recipe learned from her own mother. Stories roll out, unspooling slowly, not to instruct, but to weave together. Each story reminds the listeners, we belong to one another, we belong to a line of endurance. At one point, the father notices the worry still lingering in the elder's eyes. He does not confront it directly. Instead, he leans closer and says softly, "We have enough wood for a fortnight." And Henderson promised to bring more if we're pressed. The elder nods, shoulders easing. The statement contains both fact and comfort, binding reality with reassurance. Later, as the children's eyelids droop, the mother tells a story, not of hardship, but of spring. She describes apple blossoms shaking loose in a warm wind, of bees humming lazily, of water running fast and cold in the creek. The words paint images that rise brighter than the fire. For a few moments, the room breathes as though it is already spring. Such is the power of words, to fold tomorrow into tonight, to let hope borrow a chair by the hearth. The house settles around the rhythm of this talk. Even the wind outside seems to hush, as though listening. Within these walls, language does not serve commerce or command. It serves rest. It reminds each person that they are known, that their fears are acknowledged, but that peace is stronger still. The children are led upstairs, steps creaking lightly. "Sleep well," the mother whispers, smoothing a quilt. The phrase, though ordinary, feels like a charm spoken against the cold. The child sighs, comforted not only by the blanket's weight, but by the words themselves. In that moment, the night feels less like an adversary and more like a companion. Downstairs, the parents sit a while longer. Their conversation softens to near silence, yet even silence becomes soothing when it is chosen. A glance, a hand upon another's, the faint exchange of breath between sentences. These are words without sound, speaking as clearly as any phrase. The fire drops to embers. The clock marks another hour. Still, the room feels safer, stronger, because words have been used carefully, like tools handled with skill. They have mended what was frayed, eased what was tense, and built a bridge toward sleep. Quiet watching keeps the house whole. After the last cup is rinsed and turned mouth down to dry, after the lamp is lowered and the room thins to a small pool of honeyed light, someone remains awake. It is not bravado, nor worry given a chair. It is simply the practice of keeping a night watch, the old, ordinary art of staying with the house while the house stays with the sleepers. The watch begins without ceremony. A chair is drawn a little closer to the stove. The poker is set within easy reach, not to invite fussing, but to spare the knees from a second rise. The fire is not hungry now. It is a thoughtful creature, settled on its haunches, breathing in a slow way that suits the hour. Coals glow like a small town seen from a far hill, each red dot a window where someone else, somewhere else, has also chosen to remain. Outside, cold gathers itself with the patience of geology. The wind, which earlier went door to door across the ridge, asking rude questions, has grown mannerly. It passes only now and then, testing each corner of the house with a gloved knuckle. The roof answers in its timbered voice. No complaint, only the sleepy settling of wood that has learned not to startle. Between these exchanges, the world holds a pocket of such stillness that even the clock is shy of it. The watcher attends in small circles, a glance at the damper, tilted just so, allowing breath without waste. A palm held near the stove door, not close enough to sting, just close enough to read the heat like braille. A hand cupped over the kettle's lid to feel for the sigh. That means there will be warm water if someone wakes thirsty. The body learns the house's temperature the way sailors learn the sea's moods, by what cannot be measured, but must be known. There is reading sometimes, an almanac left open to a page scarred by the month's weather, a corner worn soft by thumbs, a Bible with margins that hold, like small farms, the penciled notes of many seasons, dates of first frost, names written and crossed through by time, a biscuit recipe that one winter refused to live anywhere else, or a letter already read twice this evening, read again for the way familiar words can sand the edges of thought. The watcher reads not to be carried away, but to be anchored. In the rooms above, sleep arranges itself. A cough from a narrow bed, then the little huff of breath that means it is nothing. A floorboard notes the turn of a dreamer. The watcher lifts eyes away from the page and listens into the rafters, not because there is danger, but because listening is part of the covenant. Nothing inside these walls should have to make a sound twice to be believed. Now and then, a soft errand, a quilt drawn higher over a sloped shoulder, the lightest brush of a hand through a child's hair, the curl of the blanket's edge tucked under a heel that keeps showing itself to the night. The elder's door is eased open for a moment. The watcher counts a rhythm in that room, not to worry it, only to memorize it, then eases the door closed again, as if returning a bookmark to a story. These motions are the opposite of interruption. They are the grammar of care at low volume. There is a kind of inventory taken at this hour that does not involve counting. The wood in the box looks back with a particular sheen that says it is dry enough to carry the family to morning. The ash pail answers when lifted. Not heavy, not light. Just the right middle that promises there will be room for what the night leaves behind. On the peg, a coat hangs with a comforting weight. Its sleeves hold the shape of daylight labor, as if to keep it in safekeeping until dawn. The watcher lets the eyes travel from object to object, naming nothing aloud, and feels the house answer in small sympathies. Sometimes, night offers one of its minor tests, the kind that would sharpen into nuisance under a brighter hour, but here remains instructive. A thread of wind slides beneath the door and finds the throat. The watcher, with no great fuss, kneads a roll of cloth and lays it along the sill, then waits for the air to admit the correction. Or the stove gives a small, sulking puff and a fine ash trembles. The watcher lifts the lid, mends the nest of coals with a careful iron finger, and sets a split oak just so, not to flame, but to think about flaming. No one upstairs knows a thing about it, which is the point. The mind is its own house at night. It brings out boxes best opened when the world is soft-shoed. Here is the tin of old stories. The winter when a lantern blew out on the road and a neighbor's porch light became a lighthouse. The spring when the creek ran high enough to bring trout to the very foot of the meadow. The yellow year when bees thrummed like a hymn and jars lined the shelf like ambery soldiers. The watcher takes one or two and holds them up to the light, not to compare, only to companion the present. By the window, frost has been writing its long letter on the pane, vines and ferns and careful cursive that would be illegible if it meant anything less than winter. The watcher stands there and allows the chill to approach the shoulders, just a little, because being met by true night once in a while steadies a person. Far off, an owl writes a single round vowel on the air and then signs its name with silence. Behind the tree line, something small arranges itself in snow. Even these faint accounts are comforting. They mean the world is doing what it does when no one is looking. Time changes outfits after midnight. It stops dressing like chores and errands and begins to wear the looser garments of patience. Minutes do not march. They sit beside you and share the chair. The watcher sees this and adjusts expectation. No hurry now. The goal is not to arrive anywhere, but to remain. Steadfast, available, kind. There is a soft shock hidden here, if you glance at it sideways. How much of safety is built not by strength, but by presence? A person at a table, a hand near the flame, an ear turned to the ceiling. No speech is needed. The quiet announcement of occupancy is enough. This is someone's house. It is inhabited. The night may travel through, but it may not take up residence. Every so often, the watcher performs the small rite of the embers. With the poker's tip, call them nearer to one another, like cousins, like chairs pulled close before a story. The little red planets nudge, and suddenly, one forgets itself and offers a lick of gold. It is not much, and it is everything. The watcher rests back, feeling that modest miracle settle in the chest the way a kind word does. On the table, a pencil lies with its blunt end toward the lamp. The watcher turns it neatly, a habit of pointing tools ready for the next hand. Beside it, the small ledger, today's purchases, a coil of twine, an ounce of nails, a paper of pins. The numbers are modest and true. They do not pretend to more than they are. In the margin, a note. Borrowed Mary's cake tin, return Sunday. Ordinary sentences, which is to say, the architecture of a life. Sometimes the watch includes a walk to the back door and a look upward. Heaven seems nearer when the world is cold. Stars are a cure for the kind of loneliness that is not cured by company. The watcher takes just a lungful of that square metallic air, the kind that tastes like a bell, and is content. The latch is eased down again. The door, grateful to be trusted, holds its peace. A child may wake, padding down the stair with that particular soft slap that belongs to night feet. The watcher lifts the kettle, offers a cup whose steam writes a little story. Couldn't sleep? Not quite. Sit a minute then. Listen to the house. It knows how to sleep, and will teach you again. No lecture follows. The cup and the chair are instruction enough. The child's lids grow heavy in the zone of warmth that coals make best, a lesson absorbed into bone. Houses, when loved, lend their rest. The older heart is not always as trusting. It hauls its card of tally, what is owed, what is due, what is promised and not yet in hand, and parks it squarely on the rug. The watcher places a palm on that invisible harness and speaks the simple words, night understands. Enough for now. The cart does not roll away, but the harness loosens. In the morning, the arithmetic may be solved. At 2 a.m, mercy is the better math. There are visitors the watcher expects. The mouse that thinks itself a rumor, crossing the threshold of the mind more than the floor. The pipes tick beneath the wall as metal learns the lesson of contraction. The faint floral whiff that rises from the quilt when the air shifts and asks to be noticed. Even ghosts keep their manners here. They do not rattle chains. They shuffle softly through old surnames and leave the door as they found it. The watcher nods to them like kin. Toward the far side of night, the fire gives its little plea. Not a danger, not even a complaint, just the quiet reminder that all warmth is, finally, a conversation. The watcher lifts a split and lays it with the deliberation of a blessing. The wood catches at the edges, tries a color, succeeds, and soon the stove speaks again in its contented language. This is the hour when houses decide whether to be cold at dawn. Tonight, the decision is kind. What does the watcher gain for this patience? The map of the house, memorized in a way that no blaze of day can teach. Where the rug's corner lifts, the floor's seam offers a whisper. The stair agrees to take a foot without a squeak. Where the door is happiest at 1 latch instead of 2. How steam thickens in that corner, and why the fern prefers the opposite one. This knowledge looks like nothing until a day comes that asks for it, and then it looks like a miracle. If fear comes, and sometimes it does, for even sturdy hearts have windows, night offers an answer older than words. The watcher stands, lays a palm flat against the wooden mantel, and lets the steady thrum of heat climb through bone. That pulse is not human and is not other than human. It is the shared metabolism of home and hands, fire and breath. Fear, which mistakes itself for fact, often grows smaller in such company. At last, a seam of gray writes itself under the curtain. The clock, encouraged, stretches and counts the hour with a little more backbone. The frost on the glass loosens from its edges, like lace deciding to be water. A sparrow, impatient and right about it, tries a note and then likes the effect and offers another. The house lifts one shoulder and then the other, making that old morning sound that lives in the beams and comes from no particular place. The watcher does one more round, a piece of wood tucked near to be easy for the next pair of hands. The ledger closed with a finger marking the page where day will begin. The kettle filled enough to make the first cups, so the day will start with warmth and not errands. The lamp's wick raised a whisper, only enough to admit more light when it comes. These are not instructions. They are courtesies extended to the future, which tends to repay courtesies in kind. Steps on the stair, the light, elastic tread of someone whose sleep has broken and reknit itself. You were up? Only keeping company. How is it? All right. The words find their hooks in the air and hang there like coats, ready for anyone who needs them. The watcher yields the chair and the embers care to the daykeeper, and the shift passes without fanfare. Such is the brilliance of a well-kept night. Nothing to report, because everything has been seen. Later, when the house is loud with spoons and boots and plans, no one will think to ask who trained the dawn. It will not matter. The proof is in the easy way the morning happens, in the absence of hurry sharpened by panic, in the quiet pride the rooms carry, even when full of voices. The watcher will take breakfast not as reward, but as the final stitch, pulling last night and this morning into one seam. There is an inheritance in this that cannot be written down. Children raised in such houses grow into the muscle memory of keeping watch for others, even if the others are friends, workers, neighbors, passengers sharing a bench on a windy platform. They learn to sit the long hour because someone did it for them. They learn to read a room's weather, to lay a small log on a shared fire at the moment when talk grows thin. These are not heroic arts, which is exactly why they save so much. So the night watch ends as gently as it began. No proclamation, no flourish. Just a hand over the stove's door, feeling the exact measure of heat it has promised. Just a glance at the window that returns, through thin frost, the outline of day. Just a house that knows, because someone told it without words, that it was not alone in the dark. Warmth returns softly after care is given. The morning does not break with trumpets. It seeps pale and slow through the seams of the curtains, through the frost's lacework on the glass, through the hush of a house that has just endured its longest hours. In those first breaths of day, warmth is no longer only fire. It is a collection of gestures, quiet, ordinary, repeated until they take on the weight of ritual. The stove, tended faithfully through the night, sighs in embers. A hand reaches for the poker, nudging coals closer together, coaxing their red glow into a stronger conversation. Then a split log, chosen with care, is laid across the nest. At first, nothing happens, only the faintest darkening at its edge. Then, slowly, the bark begins to curl, and a thin thread of smoke rises like a secret testing the air. The log yields, catches, and soon the fire lifts its voice, not loud, but sure. The room answers, exhaling a little of its stiffness, as if reminded that dawn has its own mercies. Upstairs, quilts are folded back from shoulders, releasing stored heat into the chilled air. Children burrow deeper, then emerge reluctantly, hair tousled, cheeks flushed from sleep. They grumble at the cold, yet their eyes sparkle as they race to the stove, hands held out, palms drinking in the first wave of day's warmth. Their laughter, soft and uneven, is another kind of fire, catching across the room. The mother ladles warm water into a basin, steam rising in gentle ghosts. She dips a cloth, wrings it, and presses it to a child's face, wiping away the shadows of night. The child protests faintly, but leans into the touch, soothed by the familiarity of the act. Across centuries, mothers have performed this same motion, restoring warmth not only to skin, but to spirit. The father sets bread slices near the stove's edge, toasting them against the iron's heat. Their fragrance joins the wood smoke, weaving together in the air until the room itself seems edible. He spreads a thin layer of yesterday's honey on each slice, its golden sheen catching the lamplight. When the children take their portions, the sweetness clings to their lips, and they laugh again, wiping it away with the backs of their hands. It is a small feast, but to those gathered, it is abundance. Warmth is not only physical, it is in the words exchanged across the table, a joke about tangled hair, a memory of summer fields whispered like a promise, plans for the day spoken in calm tones, which chores will be done, which paths cleared, which letters written. These conversations wrap the family as surely as the wool shawls on their shoulders. The elder stirs awake in the corner bed, blinking at the window's pale light. A younger voice calls softly, "Would you like tea?" The elder nods, and soon a cup is pressed into their hands. Fingers curved stiffly around the porcelain, they sip with closed eyes, savoring not only the drink, but the kindness it carries. Warmth returns here in two directions, through the tea's heat and through the care given by one generation to another. Outside, frost still holds the yard, but the first shafts of sunlight strike it and turn it to glitter. Each sparkle is brief, vanishing as quickly as it comes, yet the yard looks for a moment like a field scattered with stars. The children press noses to the glass, marveling at the transformation. "It looks like the sky fell down," one whispers. Even the cold becomes bearable when it offers beauty. The fire grows stronger now, flames licking eagerly at the wood. The kettle hums once more, ready for refilling cups. A loaf of bread is set on the table, its crust cracking under the knife. Butter, though rationed carefully, is spread across the slices, melting into golden pools. The family eats together, leaning close, their breaths mingling in the chill air until the room feels almost crowded with warmth. There is a soft shock in realizing how fragile this comfort is, how easily it could be broken by one missed tending of the fire, one delay in stacking wood, one illness left unchecked. And yet, just as shocking is how resilient it proves when tended. Each small act, stirring embers, wiping a face, slicing bread, becomes a defense against despair. Warmth returns not in a flood, but in steady drops that gather until the basin is full again. As the morning lengthens, boots are pulled on, scarves wrapped, tasks resumed. Yet the warmth lingers. It clings to the shawls, to the memory of honey on bread, to the echo of laughter against frosted glass. The family carries it out into the yard, into the barn, into the fields still heavy with snow. Wherever they go, it goes too, a companion, invisible yet undeniable. And in the evening, when the fire is banked once more, when the night grows sharp and pressing, the memory of this warmth will remind them. It returns, always. Even after the darkest hours, even after the frost's cruelest reach, warmth finds its way back, through hands, through care, through love that refuses to falter. Winter breathes long against shuttered glass. The day does not chase winter away. It only reveals the scale of its hold. Even when the fire is bright, even when bread warms bellies and laughter softens edges, the season presses steadily from beyond the walls. Winter is not loud. It is a long breath held across weeks, exhaled against every shuttered pane and every seam in the roof. The glass shows it first. Frost lingers though the sun has risen. It sketches its patterns patiently, feathering out into shapes that seem almost alive. Some resemble ferns, others rivers twisting on maps, others still like wings of pale moths pressed flat. Children place fingers against the panes, marveling at how quickly the heat of their touch makes clear circles in the designs. Their giggles rise as they play, but the frost returns each time, reclaiming the glass as soon as the warmth is gone. Winter's breath does not tire. The shutters creak faintly in the wind, a low groan like old men settling into chairs. Snow gathers high against the sill, packed and crusted. From inside, it looks like a wall of white, but outside, it is only one more layer in the endless drift. Each time the door opens, a wave of cold air rushes through, filling the room with invisible teeth. Scarves and shawls are clutched tighter. The fire is fed another log. Still, the cold lingers at the ankles, a reminder that it is never fully banished. The family moves through the day carefully, their chores stitched around the rhythm of winter's breath. A child carries water from the barrel near the door, cheeks stinging pink from the air. The father splits more wood in the yard, his axe ringing like a bell that no one hears beyond these walls. The mother kneads dough, her fingers reddened not from labor alone, but from the persistent chill that seeps even through layers of wool. Each task is both ordinary and heroic. Ordinary because it must be done, heroic because it is done against the season's constant pressure. Inside, the elder watches from a chair near the window. The frost fascinates even after so many years. It was like this the year of the deep freeze, they murmur, voice carrying the weight of memory. We thought the cold would never lift, but it did. The children lean closer, half eager for the story, half eager for reassurance that what feels endless is not eternal. The elder continues, recalling neighbors who shared soup across doorsteps, nights when quilts were stacked 3 high, mornings when windows cracked under the strain. Yet always, always, the thaw came. The memory itself is warmth. Evening comes early. Winter's breath lengthens the night until it seems to swallow half the day. Lamps are lit while chores still wait. Shadows stretch across the floorboards, deepening corners. The sound of the wind at the chimney grows, low and constant, like a great animal sleeping just above the roof. The house tightens itself against the pressure. Shutters fastened, doors barred, quilts shaken and spread. Still, the cold breathes through, faint but insistent. The shock lies in the relentlessness. Unlike storms, which come and go in fury, winter lingers. Its breath does not break. It simply continues. It wears down resolve not with violence, but with persistence. Each day looks like the last. Each night echoes the same patterns. This sameness can feel heavier than chaos. It teaches patience, but also tempts despair. The family knows this, though they rarely speak of it. Their silence itself is a defense, as if naming the weight might make it press harder. Yet within this sameness, the house creates its own rhythm. Songs hummed while kneading dough, stories told while mending clothes, games invented with carved figures and scraps of wood, laughter bubbling from children chasing one another in the narrow space. These repetitions, like beads on a rosary, carry the family through the season's long breath. Each moment is small, but together they form a chain strong enough to outlast even the cold. Sometimes, at night, the frost on the windows glows faintly in the moonlight, making the house appear from outside like a lantern veiled in lace. The sight comforts those within, reminding them that even as winter breathes against the glass, they breathe back, with fire, with stories, with each other. They are not merely enduring, they are answering. The elder, watching the frost patterns, whispers again. It always breaks. The words hang in the room like a charm, a counterspell to the season's hold. The children repeat them softly, as if memorizing a secret. In their voices, the phrase sounds less like a memory and more like a promise. Quiet counting turns worry into steady ground. Morning thins to a pale ribbon and then gathers itself on the kitchen table, where a ledger lies open beside a stub of pencil. The house is warm enough to work without gloves now, but only just. Breath still ladders the air in faint ladders when someone laughs. Today is not for big chores or brave errands. Today is for the slow arithmetic of winter, counting what remains, deciding what lasts, turning worry into numbers that can be borne. No announcement is made. The family seems simply to drift toward the table, as snow drifts to the lee of a fence. The mother smooths the ledger's page with the back of her hand, a gesture as natural as laying a quilt. The father tilts the chair so its front legs hover a thumb's width off the floor, a quiet habit that makes his mind listen harder. The elder settles with a cup that steams, ready to recall prices from winters when flour weighed differently in the hand. A child brings the lamp nearer, though it is day. This is not for light so much as for comfort, the small halo of focus that fire lends to figures. They begin with the cellar. The door gives its wooden sigh, and a cool, familiar breath climbs the steps. Earth and apples, iron and stone. The descent is deliberate. Each shelf is visited like a pew on a Sunday, each jar greeted by name. Peaches and syrup, the last two. Green beans, 7 good, one whose seal will be tested before supper. Tomatoes, enough to carry soups through the lean weeks yet to come. The father lifts a crock and nods. The brine shivers, but does not cloud. Sound, he says, a word that settles the air. The child counts aloud, half for practice and half for the pleasure of being useful. 3 jars of applesauce, 4 of pumpkin. The numbers stack like small, reassuring blocks. The elder points with a spoon kept by the stairs for such tours, its bowl polished by years of indications. Save the pumpkin for the worst weather. A sweet thing is medicine in February. The ledger receives these notes in the mother's careful hand, the pencil making tiny hush-hush sounds as it moves. Grain is measured by heft and by ear. The flour barrel answers with a soft hiss when the scoop is plunged. There is less than last month and more than might have been feared. 21 good loaves if we are watchful, the mother murmurs. 25 if we slice them thinner. The father smiles sidelong. We've good teeth for chewing thin bread. It is a joke so small it could fit in a thimble, and it warms the room as neatly. Upstairs, lamp oil is tallied with the seriousness given gold. The glass chimneys are cleared of their soot with a patient twist of cloth. One chimney shows a fine hairline, a crack too shy to speak during the bright hours, but eager to shatter if asked to glow. The shock is small and useful. How a single thread of fracture can turn darkness from visitor to tenant. The father sets the cracked glass aside and wraps it in paper against accidental reach. We'll trim the wicks closer, the mother decides, and bank the talk earlier. No complaint follows. The house, like a choir that knows its song, adjusts its pitch. Soap is scraped. Candle ends are gathered, the wax saved as if each curl were a coin. A pan, set upon the back of the stove, becomes a small laboratory where leftovers are persuaded to become something whole. The elder tells, almost idly, of a winter when candle stubs were pressed into hollowed potatoes to stretch their glow. They burned down into the flesh and made a smell that taught us to be grateful for darkness. Everyone laughs, a little horrified, a little proud of kin who would not be scolded by night. The story is entered in no ledger and is worth at least a half-pound of sugar to the spirit. Clothes are examined for their honesty. A sleeve reveals its thin place early enough to be reinforced before it becomes a hole. Socks confess without drama. The basket of darning mushrooms and thread comes out like a familiar friend. A child learns again how to turn the fabric and keep the new stitches from biting the skin. Soft hands, the mother says, which is instruction disguised as affection. The child nods, tongue between teeth, feeling the discipline that turns cloth aside from failure. The father goes to the wood box and, without looking, names what his hand finds there. Oak, then hickory, then a split of pine for brightening. He listens to himself as if the woods were reciting through him. The measure is not only in chords and sticks, but in tasks those sticks must answer. 2 days of steady cook fires, he says, and 5 nights of banked coals with prudent tongues. His words are half poetry, half arithmetic. Either way, they persuade the day to behave. Neighbors, like supplies, are part of the counting. A line is drawn for debts warmly kept, a cup of sugar borrowed and returned as a pie, eggs sent over the fence, a loaf received with a note that said nothing but meant, "You are seen." Names are written not to keep score, but to keep gratitude honest. McClintock's roof will need repair when the thaw starts, the father adds, as if jotting the angle of the sun. We'll save a roll of tar paper. The elder taps the page. Put a circle around that. Promises like to be reminded. Midday finds the table turned to storehouse and desk both. The mother blends a small genius of scraps into a stew that tastes like generosity. Marrow coaxed from a beef bone that would have looked empty to an impatient eye. The last of the celery leaves, a potato whose eyes were sternly removed and whose heart was perfect. Bowls steam, spoons clink, and silence approves. In this house, thrift is not shabby. It sits at the head of the table and carves gratitude. The afternoon inventory moves to corners where worry likes to nap. Hinges are tightened, their tiny complaints answered before they grow talkative. The door latch receives a drop of oil saved from last summer's canning. The window that gave up its draft in the storm is checked and found steady. A length of twine is hung near the back door, where it will be remembered when the next bundle needs respectful binding. Such acts are small, quick, and astonishingly sufficient. The house straightens, pleased to be seen in good order. There is, too, a counting of strengths that cannot be shelved. Who knows the remedy for a cough that will not quit? The elder raises a finger. Who can coax the stove to hold a slow heat for 10 hours? The father touches his chest, amused by the obviousness. Who has the patience for the darning that will keep toes from asking to suffer? The mother lifts her threaded needle and it flashes an answer. Who can read aloud without losing the meaning when a younger one falls asleep halfway through a chapter? A child's hand pops up, proud as a candle. These are the inventories that most houses forget to keep. This one does not. Late day puts a pale coin of sun on the floorboards and leaves it there to be found. The ledger is closed, but not put away. It keeps the day's sums with a neighborly discretion. The mother ties the pencil to its cover with a loop of string, practical magic to keep small tools from growing legs. The father returns from the shed with a short list in his head and on a scrap. Nails, a wick, a hinge, if one can be had without beggaring the month. He will take the sled toward town tomorrow if the sky consents. If it does not, The list will wait. It knows how. Mail is considered the way a doctor considers a fever, gently, with respect for the body's attempt. No letter has come. This is placed on the shelf with oil and salt, labeled to be endured, not feared. The absence is counted, but not allowed to multiply. When it arrives, it will arrive, the elder says, a phrase plain as a broom. The child at the window nods, without quite believing, and then believes because the nod was given. Evening kneels early to this accounting day. The lamp is lit with a kind of gratitude it did not receive last week when its chimney was yet without a hairline. Flame is not brighter for being appreciated, but it behaves better. The room bends toward the table again, not for numbers now, but for the smoothing those numbers allow. A book is opened. A song is hummed, one of those old ones that sound like a quilt looks. The stew is ladled again and tastes richer for having been measured. A knock interrupts, courteous as a paragraph break. It is Henderson, with a grin tucked in his scarf. He sets down a paper-wrapped parcel that turns out to be lamp chimneys, 2 whole, 1 chipped, but serviceable. Had extras, he says lightly, and the room confirms the lie it is not required to correct. The elder presses the young man's hand, and the mother tucks 1 chimney away, as if it were a newborn. The ledger is reopened without a sigh. On the margin beside today's sums, a circle is drawn around Henderson's name, and next to it, a small flower the child adds, accounting in a language only Winter understands. After he leaves, the father fits 1 chimney and lifts an eyebrow at its clarity. The flame stands taller, as if the very air has been given back to it. See, the mother says, counting does not shrink the world. It builds room for gifts. The remark is not philosophy, and yet it is. The child writes it under the table with a finger, so it will be there to be discovered when the wood is lifted years hence. As night lays its hand on the window, the family performs the last liturgy of the day. The fire is set for a long burn. The kettle is set where dawn can find it faithful. Socks warmed at the hearth are carried like hot rolls to beds waiting. The elder's shoulders are rubbed with liniment counted out in exact drops that still somehow feel like excess. The ledger is slid under the lamp, where it will sleep like a well-fed dog. The shock that remains, if it can be called that, is gentle and exact. Enough is not a feeling, it is a practice. It is not what you own, but what you tend. It is found in the difference between counting to fear and counting to bless. Today, the house has practiced the latter. It has turned its pockets out and found, besides the coins, a shell from summer, a button from a dress that still knows how to dance, a stub of blue chalk that once made a sky on the barn door. These are not edible nor burnable, and yet they nourish and warm. When the lamp is lowered, the frost returns to its favorite pastime, drawing ferns no one planted on panes, no one waters. The family slips into the hush the house has made for them, a hush rimmed with penny sums and pie-slice plans. On the table, the ledger's cover reflects the last coal's eye and looks for a moment like leather still grazing under noon. Tomorrow will ask for new numbers. It will get them. Tonight has supplied what those numbers needed most. Calm. Quiet shadows remind us night is near. Even the strongest fire cannot keep every shadow away. By late afternoon, when the pale winter sun begins to lower itself toward the horizon, the corners of the house grow darker, each holding a shape the family knows but must look at twice. Shadows arrive not with clamor, but with patience, stretching slowly across the floorboards, climbing walls as if they belong there. They remind all who notice. The night is never far. A child is the first to speak of them. "It looks like a man standing there," the little one whispers, pointing to a tall stretch of darkness near the cupboard. Everyone glances, sees at once that it is only the broom leaned against the wall. Still, the image lingers. Shadows have a way of borrowing faces from memory and posture from fear. The elder chuckles softly, smoothing the child's hair, and says, "Even brooms need their rest." The laughter breaks the tension, but only partly. Shadows are not fully banished by humor. They are too patient for that. As dusk presses harder, shadows become less shy. The shapes of chairs lengthen, doubling their legs. The table grows an underbelly of black that seems wider than the board itself. The fire's glow adds to the confusion, flickering, moving, making the edges shift. Each object has two presences now, one of wood or cloth, the other of shadow. And sometimes it is the shadow that draws the eye first. The family knows this hour. It is the hour when imagination swells, filling the gaps left by fading light. Stories whispered in corners take on weight. A creak in the rafters sounds like a footstep. A gust at the chimney becomes a sigh. Even the kettle's hiss can sound like words if one listens too long. Shadows are the stage hands of these illusions, arranging the set for the mind's theater. The mother keeps the lamp trimmed carefully, adding oil with steady hands. She knows shadows cannot be chased away entirely, but they can be tamed, softened by a circle of golden light. The father adds a log to the fire, not only for warmth, but for reassurance. Flames leap, shadows retreat a little, and the room breathes easier. Yet beyond the circle, they still wait. The elder tells a story, half memory, half lesson. Once, in the old house near the river, we thought shadows were thieves. Every creak sent us reaching for the poker, but we learned. Most shadows are nothing but reminders that the night has business too. They teach us to listen more carefully, to sit a little nearer to one another. The children lean close, their eyes darting now and then toward the darker corners. Fear is not gone, but it has been given meaning. There is a soft shock in this realization. Shadows are not only absence of light, but presence of possibility. They can unsettle, yes, but they can also invite imagination, even wonder. The patterns they weave across the walls are like unplanned murals, shifting with each flicker of flame. One moment a mountain range, the next a procession of animals, then a curtain lifting to reveal some hidden stage. To the child's eye, this is magic. To the adults, it is reminder that even darkness has art. Outside, the real night deepens. The windows grow black, mirrors now for the room within. A child startles at seeing her own reflection move in the glass, thinking for a moment that someone stands outside. She hides her face in her mother's shawl. The mother whispers, "That's only you, darling." The night is kind enough to show you yourself. Slowly, the child dares to look again, and this time she smiles, emboldened. Shadows, too, can teach courage. Tasks continue despite them. Bread is sliced for supper, stew ladled into bowls. The family eats, spoons clinking softly, shadows gathering around the table's edge. No one minds their company now. The warmth of food and the nearness of voices outshine the unease. Even shadows, when fed a little kindness, can be turned into companions. Later, when the table is cleared, the father sits with his knife and whittles a small piece of wood. Each shaving curls to the floor, pale against the dark planks. The candle beside him trembles, throwing his work into sharp relief. His face is half in light, half in shade. To the children watching, he seems a figure out of story, a hero or a ghost, depending on how the flame bends. The room is reminded again that shadows do not only take, they also reveal. The elder dozes, head nodding, quilt pulled higher. His shadow stretches across the wall, larger than life, larger than memory. For a moment, he seems two people at once, the frail figure in the chair and the towering silhouette that guards the room. Perhaps this is the secret of shadows. They show us the scale of our presence, how even the smallest body can cast something immense. When bedtime comes, children hesitate at the stair, peering upward where darkness thickens. The father lights a small candle and leads them, step by step, the flame a fragile spear against the mass of shadow. Upstairs, quilts are drawn tight, comfort whispered. The candle is snuffed, leaving only moonlight seeping through frosted glass. Shadows crowd the corners, but the children, drowsy now, no longer fear them. In sleep, shadows have no teeth. Downstairs, the parents bank the fire. Shadows swell as flames settle, yet they are familiar now, part of the rhythm of night. The house sighs, timbers relaxing, and the shadows shift with the sound, obedient to the structure's ease. Silence rests heavier than drifting snow. Silence has its own presence, and in winter, it becomes a companion too large to ignore. The house, wrapped in frost and firelight, leans into quiet after supper. Voices sink low, then vanish altogether, until only the smallest sounds remain. The slow creak of wood, the faint sigh of the chimney, the soft clink of cooling iron. Beyond these, nothing. Silence arrives not suddenly but with a careful tread, as though it knows its own weight and means to lower it gently across the roof. At first it comforts. After long days of chopping wood, mending seams, carrying water, silence is a blanket. It lets the body rest, lets thoughts breathe in slower rhythm. Children settle more quickly beneath quilts, eyes closing without the usual tug of war. Their breathing joins the hush, becoming part of the musicless song that fills the rooms. Even the kettle, left with a thin wisp of steam, quiets at last, its lid rattling once, then not again. But as silence thickens, it gathers edges. The absence of sound sharpens the ear, teaching it to notice every tiny disturbance. A mouse scurrying in the wall seems louder than footsteps across a porch. A distant crack of ice on the river becomes a cannon blast in imagination. The heart, hearing little else, begins to drum louder in its own cage. Silence becomes both comfort and burden, a weight on the chest that is not easy to lift. The elder senses it first. Sitting in the rocker near the stove, eyes half closed, they murmur, "It's too quiet." The remark draws the family's attention to what they had been ignoring. Everyone listens harder, which only makes the quiet deeper. The father nods slowly, understanding. "Best to stir the fire," he says, though the coals need no tending. The scrape of the poker against iron is loud in the hush, and oddly reassuring. Even the smallest sound is a thread thrown across the abyss. Children whisper from upstairs, sensing the change. "Why is it so quiet?" one asks, voice thin. The mother climbs the stair and answers, not with words, but with humming, a lullaby so old it has no beginning. The melody curls through the rafters, soft as wool, carrying sound into corners that had grown too hollow. The children sigh, settle, and the silence loosens its grip. There is a soft shock hidden here. How fragile the mind becomes when denied noise. In summer, silence feels like relief, a pause between songs of birds or work of fields. But in winter, when snow muffles even footsteps, silence feels larger, almost alive. It presses against the windows, peers in, fills the spaces between logs and the walls. It asks questions without voice. What if the world has stopped? What if no one comes again? These questions are unreasonable, but silence persuades. The family has their defenses. The father begins to tell a story, not to entertain, but to steady the air. His voice, low and deliberate, is like kindling catching. He speaks of a hunt long ago, of tracking prints through snow, of watching the sky change color as dawn rose over frozen fields. The details matter less than the rhythm. Each sentence is a log set onto the fire of the room, each pause a reminder that sound still belongs here. The mother, too, joins the effort. She rattles jars in the cupboard, rearranges them noisily. Lids clink, glass taps wood, and the sound feels almost musical. The elder adds a cough, half real, half offered as contribution. Even the dog, shifting in his sleep, lets out a sigh loud enough to earn a smile. All these fragments add up, filling the silence until it is no longer oppressive but balanced, like snow tamped into a firm path. Outside, the world remains still. Trees hold their branches motionless under frost. No owl calls, no fox pads across the drifts. Even the wind has hidden itself. It is as though the valley has agreed to pause in one collective breath. The family notices, but does not name it again. Naming would give it power. Instead, they choose sound. A hymn hummed by the elder, a spoon tapping a cup, the scratch of pencil as the father notes tomorrow's chores. Small gestures that insist. Life is still moving here. Children drift into true sleep, breaths deepening, dreams forming. Upstairs grows hushed once more, but this hush is different. It is softened by melody and story, by reassurance that silence can be shaped, not merely endured. Downstairs, the family rests easier, no longer listening for what is not there, but instead adding their own music to the night's emptiness. The fire cracks once, loudly, startling them all into laughter. Relief fills the room. Even a sudden sound is welcome when silence has overstayed its invitation. They laugh longer than the crack deserves, letting the noise echo, grateful to have something break the stillness. Then calm returns, lighter now, friendlier. Silence has been tamed again. Bonds remembered glow like embers in company. The fire has burned down to a patient bed of coals, their glow steady, like eyes half closed in thought. The family gathers around it not because they need the heat, though the warmth is welcome, but because this is what they have always done. At day's end, they sit near the embers, each with a chair or a place on the rug, leaning into the circle of light. The glow does not command attention the way tall flames do. Instead, it invites reflection. In that dim halo, voices grow softer, memories more willing to step forward. The elder begins, as elders always do, with a story from long ago. Their voice is like the coals, low, glowing, carrying weight without needing to flare. I remember the gathering at Henderson's place 30 years back, they murmur. Snow had fallen so deep the sleds could hardly pass, but we went anyway. And when we arrived, every table was laden, as if the valley itself had decided to be generous. The children lean closer, not for the food described, but for the sense of a time when neighbors braved the cold for the sake of being together. They imagine lanterns swinging from hooks, steam rising from kettles, laughter pushing back against winter. In the glow of tonight's embers, they see themselves inside that old gathering, as though memory were a house with enough chairs for all. The father adds his own piece, recalling how old Mr. Patterson once came through a storm just to deliver a bundle of kindling. said he had more than enough. We found out later he'd nearly emptied his shed. That was the kind of man he was. The story draws a hush. It is not told for praise, but for remembrance, a way to keep kindness alive long after the giver has gone. The mother, not wanting the air to grow too heavy, recalls a lighter tale. There was a time when your uncle tried to bake bread without yeast. What came out could have been used as a doorstop. Laughter ripples around the circle, warm as wool. Even the elder chuckles, though they were the one who broke a knife on that very loaf years ago. Memories of hardships softened by humor glow brightest of all. Each story is an ember, alone, small, together, enough to keep a room lit, enough to warm hearts. The family understands this without saying so. They pass the stories back and forth like kindling, careful not to let the flame die. Silence falls now and then, but it is not empty silence. It is space for memory to stretch, for belonging to settle deeper. The children offer their contributions, stories still new, without decades of wait. One describes the basket left at the door, the mysterious gifts that arrived without a name. Another remembers how the neighbor carved a bird and placed it in their hand. These are not old tales yet, but in time they will be. The elder listens closely, nodding, pleased that even the young have embers to add. There is a soft shock in realizing how these small gatherings bind more tightly than rope. The family could endure the cold with fire and food alone, but it would not feel the same. Without stories, without shared memory, they would be only bodies surviving, not souls belonging. The embers remind them, survival is not enough. They are part of something greater, a chain of kindness and memory that stretches beyond their own years. Outside, the night is absolute, pressing like a hand against the shutters. Inside, it is filled with voices that refuse to fade. The contrast sharpens the comfort. Each word spoken, each laugh released, is another spark against the dark. Shadows lean across the walls, listening like patient witnesses. The father reaches for the poker and stirs the coals gently. Sparks leap, quick and bright, before settling again. Like our stories, he says quietly. They flare, then they rest, but they never vanish. His words hang in the air, sinking deep into the silence after them. The mother covers a yawn with her hand, then smiles. Time to bank the fire. She spreads the ashes carefully over the glowing coals, dimming their light but preserving their heart. So it will greet us in the morning. The act is symbolic as much as practical, a promise that warmth will return, that stories will continue, that the embers of belonging never truly die. The children stretch, reluctant to leave the circle, but the quilts upstairs wait. As they climb the stairs, their voices drift down. Good night. See you in the morning. Simple words, but they carry the glow upward, ensuring no bed is without its ember. The elder lingers a little longer, staring into the fading coals. Perhaps they see not just today's faces, but those of long ago, friends gone, family buried, gatherings that live only in memory. A hand rests lightly on their knee, grounding them in the present. Belonging does not live only in memory. It lives here, now, in the circle that still forms each night. At last, the house folds itself into quiet. The fire's heart beats beneath its ash covering, hidden but alive. The stories linger in the rafters, in the quilts, in the very air. Tomorrow will bring new tasks, new tests, but tonight has given its gift, the reminder that no one here is alone. Dawn's first thread ties night to home. Night does not end all at once. It loosens, stitch by stitch, the way a careful hand unthreads a hem. Long before the room knows it, the dark has thinned by a hair, and the window, black a moment ago, shows a softer black, like velvet rubbed the other way. The embers hold steady under their pale blanket, and the house, which has learned the language of winter, breathes in the slow, even cadence of safe sleep. Who wakes first is not important. Some houses choose the kettle, some the timbers, some the small creak in a stair where an old knot keeps counsel with the cold. This morning, it is the elder, stirred by a dream in which bread rose without yeast and bees overwintered humming like a choir. Their eyes open to the near dark and the excellent silence of a night that asked for nothing more dramatic than patience. For a moment they listen, the way a seasoned hand reads grain, and hear the whole house answer in minor sounds. The little sigh of the chimney telling of warmth that never fully left, the cloth at a draft's edge motionless, the soft animal rhythm upstairs where a child has turned and then settled again, having remembered that quilts are loyal. The elder does not rise at once. They think, instead, of a long ribbon of mornings, some bitter, some easy, all carried across like a bridge built plank by plank. They think of hands, their own younger ones, their daughters, decisive at a stove, the son-in-laws, gentle on a latch, the grandchildren's, stubborn, learning to tie a knot that won't slip. A house is a ledger of hands, written not in numbers, but in polish and wear. The elder lays a palm along the coverlet, thanks it for being warm where it touches skin, then sits, feet finding the rug without having to look. You do not look for what has learned you too. Downstairs, the fire receives its first visitor the way an old friend receives a knock. No surprise, only glad recognition. The grate yields with a small rasp, ash sighs aside. The ember bed remembers the lesson of the night watch and follows the poker's persuasion. The new split is not asked to perform. It is given time, one edge nestled, one face exposed, a careful sliver of air left for conversation. At first, the wood only thinks about burning, darkening at the corners, whispering tree secrets to the iron. Then a point of gold licks out like the tongue of a shy animal. Then another. The log agrees to join the day. The kettle is filled from a pitcher, not because there is no water elsewhere, but because the sound of water poured indoors at dawn is an old comfort. Thin steam writes a first message into the dimness. The elder does not raise the lamp yet. They enjoy the slow arrival of light on its own terms. There is a dignity in letting morning find you before you go looking for it. Soon comes the stir, familiar as any benediction. Steps trying not to be steps on the stair. A cough disguised as a hand behind a mouth. The scuff of a heel deciding it will be brave against cold boards. You? The father murmurs when he reaches the bottom, seeing the elder by the stove. Me, says the elder, with the pleased smallness of a child who has set the table and is waiting to be thanked without making a ceremony of it. The father lifts the kettle, tests its hum, and the two of them share the kind of glance that needs no grammar. Light arrives decisively at last, a thin bar drawn under the curtain, as if morning were writing its name. It sharpens the contours of everything it touches, the rim of the basin, the handle of the ladle, the soft nap of a shawl thrown over a chair. The mother descends with her hair braided already, a mark of intention. She has, in the way of mothers, already sorted 3 lists before her toes touch the floor. What must be done? What would be kind to do? And what can be put aside without the day's heartbreaking? She adds a twist of dry herb to the pot for scent alone, a mercy no ledger need record. The air changes very slightly toward spring. A child appears with the shyness of dawn itself, hugging a quilt around shoulders, not because of cold, though there is that, but because dawn makes us reach for the last warm thing. Tea? The elder asks, and the child nods gravely, as though being invited into a guild. Steam softens the child's lashes. The first sip lifts the face to the level where morning lives. Did it snow? The child whispers, as if snow might be offended by a loud voice. Only a little, the father says, peering through the glass, enough to write a new page. The child leans, forehead against pane, and reads the page the way children read anything that glitters. Breakfast is not elaborate. It does not need to be. Bread warmed at the stove skirt, a smear of honey thin enough to be prudent and generous enough to be felt, a pan of last night's potatoes reimagined with onion, their edges crisping in the honest way food does when watched by someone who cares. The salt is a pinch, the pepper a thought. The mother sets a slice at the elder's place, not because it is owed, but because that is how mornings tie themselves to all the mornings that came before. Gratitude, in houses like this, prefers to be done rather than said, but words arrive anyway, softened by waking. We'll go to Henderson's by noon, the father says, not as a plan he dares the sky to interrupt, but as a hope he invites the weather to bless. I'll bring the extra chimney, the mother adds, recalling last night's kindness and the way returning a favor keeps it warm for the next hand. The elder notes the way talk has learned to leave room, each sentence ending with space enough for the day to lay its own small offering. The dog, who knows everything a beat before the humans do, arranges himself near the door in a posture that says, "If any world comes in, I will greet it wisely." His coat holds the smell of all the rooms at once. He attends with the full attention that only a creature free of opinions can give. The child slips a palm along his ribs and becomes, for an instant, just such a creature. Upstairs, quilts get straightened, beds aired. The small daily rites, done without sighing, give as much assurance as any sermon. Socks are distributed warm from the hearth, and the laughter that follows the first too hot touch laces the ceiling with a thread no draft can cut. The mother ties a scarf with a gesture that looks like a bow to someone unseen. The father checks the sled's rope with the same thumb pressure he used yesterday and the day before that, because consistency is a kind of shelter. Dawn grows bolder. The window no longer throws back the room. It offers the world. The yard carries last night's small snow like a new sheet laid across an old bed. The path to the shed is a crease, the woodpile a page number. At the edge of the field, a row of stubbled stalks catches light, and for a moment looks gilded. Winter has its passages of glory, austere and undesigned. The family notices without declaring. Seeing is enough. There is a quiet shock, if such a thing can be, at how ordinary the miraculous becomes when tended. Nothing here would startle a stranger, a fire reconsidering flame, a kettle telling its low secret, a child's breath fogging a square on the glass. And yet, added together, they amount to a kept promise. We slept and were kept. We wake and will keep. In a season that can be stern, such continuity is as deep as wealth. The elder reaches for the Bible, not with the weight of duty, but with a curiosity earned by time. The ribbon falls open, where fingers have fallen before. The verse is not a command today. It is a description. Seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. The elder smiles at the accuracy and closes the book with the unspoken understanding that some truths, like good furniture, do their best work by simply being there. Before the door opens, Each person performs a private rite. The father lays his hand a moment on the mantle, taking the home's temperature through wood. The mother pinches a fold in the shawl to be sure it will not slip while she carries what needs carrying. The child checks the pocket for a little slice of dried apple, the way sailors, once, touched the charm at their necks. The elder smooths the quilt on the rocker and sets it just so. A returning nap should find it welcoming. These are not superstitions. They are practical kindnesses extended to the next hour. When the latch lifts, the cold enters like a guest who has learned manners. It does not grab throats. It states its case and waits to be answered by breath and wool and the good burn of muscles. The first boot prints are perfect, crisp, centered, as if someone had placed them from a height with tweezers. Steam rides the dog's mouth in two little sails. The father tests the sled, finds the runners agreeable, and the day begins to move outward. The road to Henderson's will show last night's decisions, where the wind preferred the low places, where the fence held or gave, which drifts are honest and which only pretend. But the family does not step into uncertainty empty-handed. They carry the easy-ready packs, flint, cord, a wedge of cheese wrapped in cloth, the map drawn in the father's eye. They carry, too, the unlisted provisions, stories banked like coals, a ledger that has measured enough, laughter still warm, and the knowledge that if the sky closes, there is a line shack ready because someone else once thought of someone they might never meet. Before they go, the elder asks for a minute, and with a patience everyone honors, counts quietly the faces in the room. This is not superstition either. It is inventory of the heart, 1, 2, 3, and so on, until belonging is confirmed by number. All present, they say, with the solemnity of a captain who knows the sea and trusts the boat. The child grins at the ceremony. The mother kisses the elder's temple in passing. The father nods and opens the day like a gate. Even if Henderson's door is delayed by a gust or a drift, even if the road turns them back once or twice before granting passage, the promise of the morning is already fulfilled. The house has delivered them to the edge of the world, warm, fed, and known to one another. Techniques and tricks have mattered. Banked coals, quilted windows, a body heat shelter built when the cold went for the throat. But what mattered most was the braid they made from them. Family, neighbor, craft, patience. Winter can bite, but braids do not snap easily. By the time they cross the yard, the sun has a silver running along its rim. Birds try a few notes they do not trust yet. A crow, unembarrassed by doubt, names the field its own in a voice like a hinge that does not care to be oiled. The day takes attendance and finds more than it expected. A house intact, a family upright, a valley stitched together not with wire but with remembered kindness. In another hour, there will be the sound of voices at Henderson's kitchen, the steam of something friendly, the exchange of news weighted more with concern than with gossip. There will be a parcel handed over, with the little theater of pretending it is nothing when everyone knows it is something. There will be a moment when a child from one household and a child from another discover they both imagine frost patterns as maps to hidden places. And there will be, at some point, the comfortable quiet that follows being together. The quiet that is not the weight of silence, but the release of it. But for now, before the sled answers its first pull, the elder lingers at the door and turns once, because anyone who has survived enough winters knows to thank the room that protected them. The chairs look back with that blind affection chairs have when they have done good work. The stove gives a modest tick, as if clearing its throat after a speech no one heard, but everybody lived by. The ledger on the table lifts its corner in the draft, wanting one last sum and deciding against it. The house, achieving a feat it will never brag about, stands ordinary as a miracle. "Come home," the mother says to the rooms, without irony and without expectation. It is simply a sentence spoken toward evening, ahead of time, so the words will be waiting on the sill when they return. The rooms, which understand such offerings, tuck the sentence away with the other valuables they do not display. Last summer's laughter soaked into floorboards, the smell of soup that appears on humid days, the echo of a child's first reading. Houses are good bankers. They step out together. The door closes with that honest sound doors make when they are neither swollen nor shrunken, but exactly themselves. On the step, the elder is given a hand-down, which they do not need, but which they take, because gifts are for taking. The path holds. The sled agrees. The sky, undecided, nods yes for now. And the first pull is not heavy. If there is a lesson to rescue from so much snow, it is not heroic. It is ordinary and therefore difficult. Practice the simple things until they become a wall against the cold. Stack wood by sizes. Keep a watch by turns. Wrap stones. Warm feet. Bank coals. Bank words. Inventory apples and kindness alike. And when the wind states its case, answer in chorus. Neighbors, family, a house that has learned to wear winter like a coat. Snug at the seams, patched where it matters, roomy enough for breathing and for song. By midday, when another house's door lifts its latch and a new pool of lamplight takes them in, the circle will have widened. But the promise that mattered was kept at dawn. The small, unbroken chain between night and future. Every kept promise is a kind of dawn, even in January. It loops a thread from what was endured to what will be shared, ties it with a sturdy knot, and hands it forward. So if you are listening tonight, far from this valley, on a sofa in a quiet room, or in a chair by a window where your own breath dims the glass, know this: our ancestors did not only outlast the winter, they learned to make it a season of promises kept. Fire to ember, ember to flame, hand to latch, latch to road, bread to bowl, bowl to neighbor, word to child, child to morning. The chain holds. It is held for longer than any map remembers. And when night returns, as it always does, the house will reverse the stitch without drama. Wood will be welcomed back to coal, quilts turned down, a chair drawn near for whoever watches. The ledger will rest. The room will say your name the way it has learned to say it, without hurry, without doubt. And the same old miracle will come round again, a long cold held at the threshold by the small, stubborn light of human care. Once warmth came from fire. Now it comes at a switch. The story of winter survival in the old frontier cabins lingers, even when the coals themselves have gone cold in memory. To look back is to feel a kind of awe for how families once braided patience, skill, and neighborly kindness into a shield against cold that would otherwise claim them. But to look around at our present moment is to notice a stark difference. Where once firelight was the center of existence, today a small flick of a switch summons warmth, as if winter had been tamed entirely. Electric light and central heating changed not just how we live, but how we think about survival itself. In older days, every act, the banking of coals, the stitching of quilts, the careful tally of apples, was directly tied to endurance. Today, we enter a room and the thermostat has already decided our comfort. If the temperature falls, a furnace stirs on its own. The silence that once pressed so heavy is replaced by the steady hum of machines, so ordinary we hardly notice them. Comfort has been automated into invisibility. There is wonder in that, and gratitude is deserved. No longer do children wake with breath frosting the air above their pillows. No longer must mothers rise in the dark to rekindle a stove before the day can even begin. Houses now keep themselves warm. They are less partners in survival than service providers, asking little from us but the paying of a bill. The world has been rewoven in wires and ducts, the miracle of warmth arriving with such ease, it sometimes feels weightless. And yet, the ease carries its own quiet cost. When warmth no longer requires tending, we lose the rituals that once gave shape to evenings and mornings. The act of gathering around a fire, not just for heat, but for stories, has become rare. We gather instead around screens, each face lit by its own private glow, together but not always present. The hearth was a circle, the screen is a square. Its light is sharper, its hold more solitary. Still, we should not pretend that progress has stolen all the old bonds. They have shifted, as all things do. Where once a child learned to keep watch over embers, now they learn to monitor a phone for weather warnings. Where once families traded recipes for pemmican or stone-heated quilts, now they exchange instant messages, checking on a neighbor in seconds rather than hours. Kindness has not vanished. It has simply traveled along new wires. Consider also the resilience we often take for granted. If a storm cuts the power, even briefly, panic sometimes spreads faster than the cold. We are not as practiced at silence, nor as skilled at darkness as those who came before us. Yet when such moments come, when the lights go out, when the hum of the furnace falls still, we see quickly how much of the old knowledge survives in instinct. Candles are lit. Neighbors knock to ask, "Do you need anything?" Blankets are piled. Soup is shared. Even if we no longer practice the daily art of survival, its memory waits in us, ready to be called back. There is also the simple fact that comfort has grown expansive. Where once families spent winter nights tracing frost on windows, now children play under bright lamps, their toys scattered across carpets warmed evenly from beneath. Where once food meant cellars and jars, now it arrives at doors from far away, still warm in its packaging. This abundance feels astonishing when compared to the careful rationing of flour and honey we have just remembered. It is easy to forget how recently such ease would have seemed like sorcery. But perhaps what links then and now is the human desire to belong, to feel safe when nights are long. The frontier family found belonging in shared tasks, in circles of light, in the knowledge that survival was a group effort. We, in our heated homes and wired lives, seek it still. We may not gather at line shacks or community barns, but we gather in living rooms, in churches, in coffee shops glowing through winter evenings. We may not trade candle ends, but we trade stories, laughter, and quiet reassurances that no one must be alone in the dark. There is wisdom in remembering both eras. The past reminds us that survival was once fragile, earned daily by care. The present reminds us that progress, too, must be cherished, not taken as given. For every switch that summons light, there was once a hand tending flame. For every furnace that hums beneath our floors, there was once a child placing a warmed stone at the foot of a bed. These are not competing truths. They are chapters of the same story. And so, as we rest in houses where warmth no longer depends on ash and ember, we might pause to honor the continuity. Every time we dim the lights, every time we sip tea while wind rattles a window, we echo gestures far older than electricity. The hearth still exists, though it hums through wires instead of crackling in logs. What matters is not the fuel, but the bond it creates. The reminder that winter can be met, that comfort is possible, that belonging is stronger than frost. Once survival meant neighbors. Now connection takes new forms. On the frontier, the difference between life and loss was often drawn by a neighbor's knock at the door. A family running out of wood or flour could not order more with a tap on glass. They relied on the web of people scattered across the valley, each one tied to the other by kindness, pride, and the quiet knowledge that winter punished those who tried to stand alone. To recall those nights is to recall a map drawn not in ink, but in footsteps through snow, one cabin to another, one family checking on the next. Today, the map is different, though the need for it has not disappeared. Community still exists, though it has shed its boots and snowshoes and clothed itself in signals and screens. Where once the lifeline was a trail cut to a neighbor's place, now it is a message glowing in a pocket. A child today can reach a friend across a city in seconds, a luxury unimaginable to those who once trudged half a mile through drifts to check on the McClintocks. And yet, the spirit of that walk still lives inside the message. Are you all right? Do you need anything? The elder stories remind us that belonging was not optional. Isolation could kill as surely as frost. In our age, isolation takes subtler shapes. A person may sit in a warm apartment, surrounded by lights and conveniences, and still feel colder than the family huddled by their stove a century ago. The absence of voices, of laughter, of small acts of reliance leaves a silence no furnace can fill. The frontier families did not romanticize company. They understood it as insulation for the soul. Perhaps that lesson remains truer than we admit. Consider how communities gather now. Where once there were monthly barn gatherings, complete with shared recipes, demonstrations of skills, and the joy of neighbors' company. Today we have neighborhood groups, church potlucks, digital forums, and video calls. They are not the same, but they serve the same deep hunger. We want to know others are there. We want to exchange more than goods. We want to exchange reassurance. The medium changes, but the meaning does not. It is tempting to imagine that the modern world, with its wealth of connections, has solved loneliness. But in truth, it has only rearranged the furniture. A notification is not the same as a knock at the door. A post is not the same as shared bread. And yet, in times of crisis, when storms knock out power, when illness spreads, when fear closes in, neighbors still step forward. They bring casseroles instead of pemmican, bottled water instead of buckets drawn from wells. The materials differ. The intent is unchanged. There is a soft shock in realizing how fragile and resilient community both are. Fragile, because it weakens when ignored, when pride or distraction leads us to say we need no one. Resilient, because it revives at the smallest spark. A child delivering cookies to a house down the street. A stranger helping push a car from snow. A phone call made just to ask about someone's day. Each of these is the modern echo of walking through a blizzard with a bundle of wood under one arm. The frontier gatherings, those simple evenings of food and skill sharing, remind us of another truth. Community was education. Families taught one another how to survive. A Swedish family might share a weaving technique. An elder might pass along a cure for frostbite. Today, we learn differently. Tutorials, forums, shared articles, but the desire is the same. We want to pass along what we know, to strengthen the web, to make survival not just possible, but meaningful. Think of the pandemic years, when neighbors left food at doors, when voices met over screens to maintain the bond, when music was played from balconies to remind entire streets they were not forgotten. That was frontier wisdom in modern dress. Isolation kills, connection sustains. We learned again what our ancestors already knew in their bones, that community is not luxury, but necessity. And still, there is loss. Modern life, with its walls of convenience, has dulled the urgency of needing one another daily. We do not often borrow flour. We go to the store. We do not often gather to share skills. We buy them packaged and sealed. Something of intimacy slips away in that trade. But perhaps it can be remembered in smaller ways. Inviting a neighbor for coffee, checking on the widow down the street, teaching a child to mend, even if machines now do it faster. These are modern stitches in an ancient quilt. The house of today hums with its own systems, but the warmth that matters most is still carried by people. When the storm comes, and it always does in one form or another, the question is not only whether the furnace works, but whether someone will knock on your door, whether someone will notice if your light goes out. That is the promise of community. As urgent now as when families walked valley trails with scarves over their mouths and pemmican in their pockets. In the glow of our screens, we sometimes forget the circle of firelight, but the two are not so far apart. Both are centers of gathering. Both offer company in darkness. The challenge of today is to remember the human face behind the glow, to let connection mean more than signal, to let it mean care. For when care is absent, no number of switches or screens can keep the soul warm. Clocks replaced seasons, yet time still whispers. For the frontier family, time was measured by things that moved slowly, almost invisibly. The drift of light across the floorboards, the sound of wind changing its voice in the chimney, the hollow in the woodpile that deepened day by day. No clocks ticked on the wall to mark each passing hour. No buzzing devices reminded them of appointments. Instead, time was the air they breathed, the snow they shoveled, the fire they fed. It was intimate, relentless, and lived in the body. Today, time has changed its clothes. It wears numbers glowing from every corner, on the microwave, on the phone, on the dashboard of the car. Where once the rising sun dictated chores, now alarms buzz insistently at 6, meetings stack at 9, messages arrive at all hours. We no longer wait for the rooster. We wait for the reminder ping. We are not less bound by time than our ancestors were, but bound differently. Their prison was scarcity. Ours is acceleration. It is tempting to believe our mastery of the clock has given us more freedom. And in some ways, it has. Electric light extends the day. Trains and airplanes erase distances that once took weeks. Messages travel instantly instead of being entrusted to neighbors trudging through drifts. We command time, or so it feels. But the soft shock is this. The faster we run, the more time seems to slip through our fingers. Hours vanish, not to frostbite, but to distraction. Days collapse into calendars filled and crossed out, leaving us oddly hungry even in abundance. On the frontier, time bent itself around survival. Chopping wood in the morning was not optional. It was life itself. Canning in August was not a hobby. It was winter's guarantee. Evenings around the fire stretched long not because there was nothing else to do, but because everything else had already been done. The simplicity was brutal and tender at once. Time was hard, but it was honest. In our era, time rarely feels honest. We have machines that chop wood for us, trucks that deliver food canned by others, thermostats that preserve warmth without our tending. The day could, in theory, open into leisure, and yet, leisure is elusive. Screens fill every pause with 1,000 voices. Tasks multiply even as tools promise to simplify them. A frontier mother kneading dough knew exactly what her hands accomplished. A modern worker tapping keys into a glowing rectangle may finish the day uncertain of what was built. Time, instead of material, becomes abstract. And yet, the frontier rhythm has not vanished entirely. In the quiet corners of our lives, we still measure time by seasons, by bodies, by hearts. A garden plot in a backyard pulls us back into the calendar of rain and sun. The ache of knees in winter reminds us that time lives in joints as surely as in clocks. A child's first step, a parent's last breath, these remain the truest measures, unchanged by speed. The old families feared wasting time because wasted time meant danger. A log not chopped, a roof not patched, a cellar not filled could turn to loss when the blizzard came. We fear wasting time too, but our definition has blurred. We count wasted hours not in missed chores, but in missed opportunities, missed experiences, missed messages. The frontier father scolded himself for leaving the axe idle. The modern worker scolds themselves for leaving the inbox unchecked. Both know the same ache, the sense that time slips faster than we can hold it. There is a quiet lesson in the slow ticking of that world. When the elder on the frontier said, "It always breaks," they spoke not only of winter, but of time itself. Seasons end, storms pass, even the deepest cold yields. That kind of patience is harder for us now. Waiting has become intolerable. We grow restless if a message takes 5 minutes to arrive, if a package takes 3 days instead of 2. Our ancestors waited weeks for a letter, months for supplies, years for harvests to prove their work. And in that waiting, they learned endurance. Perhaps that is what we hunger for in our restless hours. A sense that waiting is not wasted, that sitting with silence, that listening to the slow breath of a house at night can be as full as any appointment. We fill our calendars with motion, but sometimes what we crave is the stillness once given freely by firelight and frost. Modern clocks, digital and precise, rarely remind us of that. They tell us what hour it is, but not what it means. They do not measure belonging, or the weight of a shared chore, or the way laughter makes an evening stretch longer than its minutes. To measure those, we must return, if only in memory, to the cabins where time was not counted but lived. And perhaps we can carry that rhythm forward. We can choose to notice the light shifting across a floor in late afternoon, even if a clock insists it is only 3:42. We can let supper stretch long not because we must, but because we can. We can let a story told at night remind us that time, when shared, expands. To do so is to honor the old knowledge without surrendering the gifts of the new. For in the end, time itself has not changed. Only we have changed the way we mark it. The snow still falls by flakes, not by minutes. Fire still consumes wood by embers, not by schedules. Hearts still beat in patient rhythm, not in sync with alarms. Whether we hear them or not, the true clocks of the world keep time in their own steady way. Axes once saved lives, now tools shape comfort. In the cabins of a century past, survival was written in the grain of wood and the edge of iron. The axe stood by the door like a sentinel, its handle polished not by ornament, but by use. Each swing was a decision. Fire for the night, warmth for the children, a barrier against the cold that pressed, with steady insistence. Tools were extensions of the body, each with its own language, each carrying the memory of work done and work yet needed. The knife at the table carved more than bread. It cut strips for repair, whittled pegs, trimmed kindling. The hammer mended frames. The kettle boiled not only water but comfort, its handle scarred by countless lifts from stove to hearth. These were not possessions. They were companions, trusted with survival. When a tool broke, fear was not only of the cost, but of the gap left in the family's defense against winter. A blunt axe could mean cold fingers, hungry nights. Tools mattered with a gravity hard for us to imagine now. Contrast this with our present shelves of devices, machines designed for ease, gadgets promising to shave minutes off tasks. A vacuum hums across floors. A microwave spins food hot in seconds. A thermostat regulates warmth without being asked. Our hands touch buttons more often than wood or iron. Tools remain, but their role has shifted. They no longer guard us from death. They shield us from inconvenience. They make life smoother, not possible. There is wonder in this shift. We need not fear a broken kettle as our ancestors did. Replacement lies a store away, not a season's labor. A failed tool no longer threatens life. At worst, it disrupts routine. The abundance of tools, their specialization, their quiet efficiency, is a kind of miracle. Yet there is a shock in realizing how easily we forget the hands-on intimacy tools once demanded. The frontier father knew the heft of his axe the way one knows the gait of a friend. He could sense its readiness by touch, its sharpness by reflection. The modern worker, holding a phone, senses only its glow. Both are tools. Both extend capacity. But one roots itself in the rhythm of muscle and wood, the other in signals invisible, intangible. The body learns less from the latter. The soul perhaps misses the weight. Still, the continuity remains. We shape our lives around tools, even if their shapes change. Where once a family sharpened blades together, today they troubleshoot devices, download updates, replace batteries. The language has shifted, but the ritual is familiar. Gathering around the thing that makes tomorrow's work possible, ensuring it will not fail when needed. There is also the matter of pride. On the frontier, a well-kept set of tools marked a family's diligence. Today, pride often attaches itself to sleek devices, to the newness of upgrades. We still show one another what we have acquired to make life easier, but we do so differently. A shining axe once said, "We will be warm this winter." A shining phone now says, "We are connected to the wider world." Both speak of survival, one in the language of wood, the other in the language of information. And yet, even amid abundance, tools remind us of limits. A power outage still silences the microwave, the furnace, the vacuum. Suddenly, the invisible ease we rely on shows its fragility. Then, once more, we return to older ways, lighting candles, boiling water on a camp stove, using our hands to knead, to sew, to carry. It is in those moments that we remember the frontier wisdom still tucked in us, dormant, but not gone. Children who grow up in houses filled with automated ease rarely see the intimacy of tools, but watch their eyes when they hold a hammer for the first time, or plant seeds with a trowel, or stir a pot on an open fire. There is recognition there, something older than memory, something inherited. They know, instinctively, that a tool is not only a helper, but a partner, a bridge between body and world. Perhaps the difference between then and now lies not in whether we use tools, but in whether we allow tools to teach us. The axe taught patience, rhythm, respect for wood. The needle taught precision, quiet attention. The kettle taught timing, listening for the whistle. Today's tools, humming invisibly, rarely ask us to learn. They do for us, but they do not shape us. Comfort arrives without requiring skill. That is blessing, but also loss. There is wisdom, then, in choosing sometimes to return, to sharpen a knife by hand, to split wood, not because we must, but because the rhythm teaches endurance. to knead bread with our arms, feeling the dough change under pressure, knowing its readiness by touch alone. These acts remind us that tools are not just shortcuts, they are teachers. They bind us to the work that keeps us alive, even if modern systems have taken over the burden. The frontier family knew survival was a conversation. Hands with tools, tools with world, world with body. Today, we risk letting the conversation fall silent, replaced by the hum of machines that ask nothing from us but waiting. But when storms come, when systems falter, it is the old dialogue we reach for again. Candles, hammers, knives, kettles. The tools we thought obsolete rise quietly from memory, as ready as ever to keep us whole. The past whispers, the present hums, the future waits. There comes a point in every long telling when the fire dips low, when the listener leans back and the storyteller lets silence do some of the work. The end is not only an ending, it is a folding over, a chance to look back at the thread we have been following and see how it ties into what we hold today. So it is with these stories of winter survival. They are not only about cabins, coals, or frost. They are about us, about what remains and what awaits. The frontier family knew life as a daily negotiation with the elements. Winter asked its questions bluntly. Are you prepared? Do you know your neighbors? Have you kept your fire alive? The answers determined who woke to the dawn and who did not. We live differently now. Winter still comes, but the questions are quieter. Heat pours from vents. Light flares with switches. Food waits in refrigerators. It seems the battle has been won. And yet, deep in us, we know the questions remain. Because survival is never only about wood and water. It is about meaning. What gives shape to our days when storms keep us inside? What keeps us bound to others when silence presses close? What do we pass to our children, not only in food or shelter, but in memory, in story, in strength? These questions remain as urgent now as they did when families pressed warmed stones to the foot of their beds. The present hums with abundance. Phones glow, furnaces purr, roads clear faster than blizzards can block them. But listen beneath the hum, and you may still hear the whisper of the past. It tells us, comfort without gratitude grows thin. Connection without presence grows cold. It tells us, your tools are mighty, but your belonging is mightier still. It tells us, progress is not the end of the story. It is another chapter, and it too will be judged by how gently you hold one another in the dark. There is a soft shock in realizing how much has changed and how little. 100 years ago, silence at night felt heavy because there were no machines, no cars, no distant hum. Today, silence feels heavy because we've grown unused to it, because every pause seems like absence. Yet the answer then and now is the same. Fill the silence with story, with laughter, with kindness. Light the small fire of companionship, and the cold will not win. Look at a child today, curled in bed beneath an electric blanket, a phone glowing faintly nearby. Look at a child a century ago, curled in bed beneath quilts layered by a mother's hands, a warmed stone hidden at their feet. Both are held safe. Both are loved. The details differ, but the essence is unchanged. It is not the blanket or the stone that matters most. It is the care that placed them there. And so, the story bends toward the future. What will people say of us 100 winters from now? Will they marvel that we trusted wires and signals so completely? Will they shake their heads at our hurry, our noise, our faith in glowing screens? Perhaps. But perhaps they will also see that, when pressed, we remembered the old wisdom, that community matters, that patience saves, that kindness warms. Perhaps they will tell of our resilience, the way we too found fire in unlikely places. For winter never truly ends. It changes form. Sometimes it is frost on windows. Sometimes it is loneliness in a crowded city. Sometimes it is the unseen storm of worry that settles over a heart. But against all these, the answers remain familiar. Light a lamp, share bread, speak gently, notice the face beside you, honor the past by living the present with the same care. As the fire of this long telling dips low, let us pause at the hearth one last time. Imagine the cabin walls of yesterday, their seams stuffed with rags against the cold. Imagine the steady hum of today's furnace. Imagine the hum of tomorrow's unseen systems. Each belongs to its time. Each carries its own strengths, its own dangers. But beyond them all lies the same fragile, durable truth. We survive together, or not at all. And so, let us close with gratitude. Gratitude for the ones who taught us by enduring more than we can imagine. Gratitude for the tools and comforts that keep us safe now. Gratitude for the neighbors, friends, and strangers who still, in ways large and small, remind us that belonging is the warmest fire. The past whispers, the present hums, the future waits. Tonight, may you feel kept by all three: the ember of memory, the glow of now, and the promise yet to come. Rest easy, and good night.